In the early hours of July 17th, 1918, a family was awakened inside a guarded house in Yekaterinburg. They were told to dress quickly. The city was dangerous, they were warned. They might have to be moved. Nicholas Romanov, once Tsar of all Russia, came downstairs carrying his sick son in his arms. Behind him walked his wife, Alexandra, their 4 daughters, and a few loyal servants who had stayed too close to history's closing door. They entered a small basement room. Chairs were brought in. No one told them the truth. Not yet. For months, the Romanovs had lived as prisoners in a house that seemed to grow smaller with each passing day. Windows were painted over. Guards watched every movement. Insults replaced ceremony. The world outside was being remade by revolution, and the family inside had become something more dangerous than former rulers. They had become symbols, and symbols in a civil war are rarely allowed to live quietly. But to understand how one of Europe's most powerful royal families ended in that locked room, we have to move slowly. Not toward legend first, but toward the fragile human machinery beneath it. Pride, fear, illness, faith, bad decisions, and a country stretched past endurance. Before we venture further into the shadows, take a moment to subscribe, so you never miss a secret that history has tried to forget. This is not only the story of a murder, it is the story of a dynasty that mistook survival for destiny, of a ruler who believed authority could remain sacred while the streets outside emptied of bread, and of a family whose private tenderness could not protect them from the public catastrophe they had come to represent. The Ipatiev house did not become silent all at once. It became silent by degrees. A closed gate, a whispered order, a family waiting upstairs, and below them history preparing its final sentence. For more than 3 centuries, the name Romanov had been tied to the idea of Russia itself. It had survived palace coups, wars, assassinations, reforms, famines, and the slow, grinding pressure of an empire too vast for any one ruler to truly understand. From the forests of the north to the Black Sea, from Poland's old frontiers to the edge of Asia, the Romanovs ruled over a world so large that distance became part of government. Orders left the capital with confidence. They arrived, sometimes, as rumors. The dynasty began in the 17th century, in a Russia still scarred by chaos and civil strife. By the time Nicholas II inherited the throne, that original crisis had been buried under layers of ceremony. The uniforms were brighter. The palaces were grander. The court language was more polished. The monarchy had learned how to look eternal. But looking eternal is not the same as being strong. By the early 20th century, Russia was a country moving at 2 different speeds. In the official portrait, it was a sacred empire led by a divinely appointed sovereign, guarded by tradition, church, army, and bloodline. In the factories, villages, and overcrowded barracks, it was something much less stable. A society full of hunger, resentment, exhaustion, and people beginning to ask why obedience should be treated as a religious duty. The danger for the Romanovs was not simply that Russia was poor. Many monarchies had survived poverty. The danger was that more and more Russians came to believe their suffering was not accidental. It had a shape. It had a system behind it. And sitting at the top of that system was a family most of them would never meet, living behind gates, icons, protocol, and carefully arranged public appearances. This is one of the easiest parts of the story to flatten. It is tempting to imagine the Romanovs as villains in a simple tale of oppression, or as innocent victims swept away by forces they could never have controlled. Neither version is honest enough. The imperial family did live inside a world of privilege so extreme that it could numb the imagination. Their homes were not merely large, they were miniature states, staffed by people whose work was to make imperial life appear effortless. The movement of a monarch through a room could become a ceremony. A meal could become a display of hierarchy. Even family privacy was wrapped in ritual. And yet, inside that glittering machinery, they were not monsters. They worried about their children. They wrote letters. They prayed. They became ill, frightened, defensive, tender, stubborn, and sometimes painfully ordinary. The tragedy is that ordinary human feeling does not cancel political responsibility. A father may love his children and still fail a country. A mother may be devoted and still misjudge the public mood. A ruler may be personally gentle and still preside over a system that answers protest with force. The Romanovs' story becomes harder and more revealing when we allow these truths to exist together. Russia in Nicholas's time was changing faster than the monarchy's imagination could follow. Railways cut through distances that once made villages feel sealed off from the state. Cities expanded. Industrial workers gathered in numbers that frightened officials. Newspapers, pamphlets, political clubs, and revolutionary circles gave language to anger that had once remained local and scattered. The empire was no longer just a map colored in imperial ink. It was a pressure chamber. And pressure has a way of finding weak points. One of those weak points was the distance between the crown and the people. Not distance in miles, though Russia had plenty of that, but distance in understanding. In the imperial world, loyalty was often treated as something natural, almost atmospheric. The Tsar was little father, protector of the people, a figure above ordinary politics. That image had deep roots, and for many Russians it remained emotionally powerful. But by the early 1900s, the old image was cracking. A peasant who loses sons to conscription does not eat symbolism. A worker standing in a freezing line for bread does not warm himself with dynasty. A soldier sent into battle without enough equipment may still cross himself before an icon, but he begins to notice who gives the orders and who pays the price. This was the uncomfortable arithmetic the monarchy never fully solved. The crown demanded sacrifice in the language of sacred duty, but the sacrifices were not shared equally. The poorest gave bodies. The empire gave speeches. There had been chances to change course. Russia had reformers, critics, ministers, and members of the educated classes who understood that the old system could not simply continue untouched. The revolution of 1905 had already shown how deep the anger ran. Workers marched, soldiers mutinied, peasants revolted, and the state answered with a mixture of concessions and repression. A representative assembly, the Duma, was created, but real power remained tightly guarded. To some, this looked like reform. To others, it looked like a door opened just enough to prove that it could be slammed shut again. For the Romanovs, the crisis of 1905 should have been a warning written in fire. It revealed that the monarchy's legitimacy was no longer automatic. It had to be earned, defended, adapted. But adaptation was precisely what the autocracy feared most. Reform seemed to threaten the sacred foundation of rule. Share power, and what remained of divine authority. Admit error, and what happened to the myth of imperial certainty. This is where the dynasty's age became a burden. 300 years of survival can teach a ruling family the wrong lesson. It can make endurance feel like proof of wisdom. It can make every crisis appear temporary, every critic irresponsible, every concession dangerous. The Romanovs had outlasted so much that they mistook longevity for invulnerability. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Russia was learning another lesson entirely. People learned that crowds could change events. Soldiers learned that orders could be questioned. Workers learned that factories could stop. Political exiles learned that the empire could bleed. Even failed revolutions leave behind a memory of possibility, and by the time the final crisis came, Russia already knew that the old order could shake. Still, the monarchy carried on with the appearance of permanence. There were jubilees, processions, portraits, uniforms, hymns, and carefully staged moments of devotion. In 1913, the Romanovs celebrated 300 years on the throne. The pageantry was immense, meant to bind past and present into one shining story of continuity. But pageantry has one serious weakness. It is most convincing to those who already want to believe. For many ordinary Russians, the anniversary did not erase the hunger, censorship, inequality, and fear that shaped daily life. The dynasty celebrated its age while the country beneath it was asking whether age alone deserved obedience. A throne can be covered in gold and still stand on unsettled ground. The Romanovs were not the only monarchy to face the modern world with old assumptions. Across Europe, crowns were trying to survive nationalism, socialism, mass politics, industrial war, and the growing belief that ordinary people might have a claim on history. But Russia's monarchy was unusually rigid, unusually sacred in its own self-image, and unusually exposed to disaster because the person at its center was not built for the age that had found him. Nicholas II inherited more than a crown. He inherited a script. It told him that the Tsar must preserve autocracy, that his power came from God, that Russia's people were loyal at heart, even when misled. That weakness invited chaos. That concession was not prudence, but betrayal. It was a script written by dynasty, church, family memory, and fear. And Nicholas, by temperament, was not a revolutionary figure. He did not want to remake Russia. He did not even seem to want power in the hungry way some rulers do. He wanted order, family, faith, and continuity. In another life, under a constitution, in a smaller country, perhaps those qualities might have made him harmless, even sympathetic. But he was not born into another life. He was born into an empire whose foundations were shifting under him, and he believed his duty was to hold still. That is the problem with a dynasty at the edge of collapse. From inside the palace, stillness can look like strength. From the street, it can look like refusal. And in Russia, as the 20th century opened, more and more people were beginning to see refusal not as sacred duty, but as an insult. The Romanovs did not fall because of one night in a basement. That night was the end of a much longer narrowing. First came distance, then distrust, then crisis, then the terrible discovery that a family could stand at the center of an empire and still not understand the country closing in around them. Nicholas Alexandrovich Romanov did not look, at first glance, like a man designed to command an empire. He was not physically imposing in the way portraits of autocrats often suggest. He had a neat beard, careful manners, and a face that could seem almost mild, especially when compared with the vast machinery of power that moved in his name. Those who met him often noticed his politeness. He could be charming in private, affectionate with his family, attentive in small social settings. There was nothing obviously monstrous about him, and that is part of what makes his reign so unsettling. The danger was not that Nicholas was cruel in every waking hour. The danger was that he was ordinary in a position where ordinariness could become catastrophic. He came to the throne in 1894 after the death of his father, Alexander III, a much larger and more forceful personality. Alexander had believed in strength, discipline, and autocracy with the heavy certainty of a man who expected the world to obey. Nicholas inherited his father's politics without inheriting his force. He accepted the sacred idea of absolute rule, but he did not possess the brutal confidence that sometimes allows absolute rulers to bend institutions around their will. This left Russia with a strange and fatal combination. An autocracy led by a hesitant man who believed he had no right to stop being an autocrat. In private, Nicholas could doubt himself. In public, he defended a system that allowed very little room for doubt. That contradiction runs through his reign like a crack beneath polished marble. He was not a reformer trapped in a reactionary court, nor was he a master strategist calmly preserving power. He was a man taught from childhood that the throne was a religious burden, not a political office, and that surrendering any part of it would be a betrayal not only of his ancestors, but of God. To modern ears, that can sound like an excuse. It was more complicated, and in some ways more dangerous. Nicholas did not simply enjoy power as a luxury. He understood it as a duty imposed on him by birth and faith. That made compromise morally difficult. A constitution was not merely paperwork. A parliament was not merely an institution. To him, these things could look like fractures in a sacred order. And yet Russia was not a chapel. It was a country of villages, ministries, factories, army barracks, universities, police files, debts, harvests, and graves. It could not be governed by reverence alone. Nicholas's tragedy, and Russia's, was that he often mistook personal sincerity for political wisdom. He loved his country, at least the country as he imagined it. He believed deeply in his role. He worked through papers, attended meetings, made notes, received ministers, and performed the endless routines of sovereignty. He was not simply lazy, as some hostile accounts have suggested, but effort is not the same as judgment. A ruler can be conscientious and still fail to understand the meaning of events unfolding around him. Again and again, Nicholas faced moments when the empire needed flexibility. Again and again, he answered with retreat into principle. The 1905 revolution exposed this with painful clarity. Russia had been humiliated in the war with Japan. Workers were restless, peasants angry, liberals impatient, revolutionaries emboldened, and the army itself no longer seemed completely dependable. The empire trembled. Under pressure, Nicholas agreed to the October Manifesto, promising civil liberties and an elected legislature. For a moment, it seemed the autocracy might become something else. But Nicholas never truly accepted the spirit of the concession. He had signed under duress, and he knew it. The Duma existed, but always under suspicion. Ministers came and went. Reform was permitted, then limited, then reinterpreted. The old system had bent, but it had not learned how to bend gracefully. It had survived the immediate fire by absorbing just enough change to calm the surface, while preserving the deeper habit of command. This mattered because trust, once damaged, is not repaired by reluctant gestures. The monarchy had shown that it could yield when frightened, but not that it understood why people were frightened. It had offered reform without fully respecting reform. To many Russians, that made the throne seem not wise, but evasive. Nicholas's defenders often point out that he faced impossible pressures. They are not entirely wrong. Russia was enormous, unevenly developed, politically divided, and surrounded by dangers. Any ruler would have struggled. But the measure of leadership is not whether circumstances are easy. It is whether a person can see what those circumstances require. Nicholas repeatedly saw political change as a threat to order, rather than as a possible way to preserve it. There is a particular kind of weakness that does not look like weakness to the person who possesses it. It feels like loyalty. It feels like endurance. It feels like refusing to be bullied by history. Nicholas could persuade himself that standing firm was courage. Sometimes it was. More often, it was a refusal to read the room. And the room, in this case, was an empire of more than 100 million people. His relationship with ministers reveals the problem. Strong advisors could irritate him. Independent judgment could feel like pressure. He preferred loyalty, deference, and men who seemed to respect the sacred boundaries of his authority. But modern government does not run well on personal comfort. A ruler who fears being overshadowed may slowly surround himself with people less capable than the crisis demands. This was especially damaging because Nicholas was not a natural administrator on the scale Russia required. He could focus on details while missing patterns. He could become absorbed in the tone of a report, the behavior of a minister, or the dignity of the crown, while larger forces gathered beyond the palace gates. In a small household, attentiveness to detail can be a virtue. In an empire under strain, it can become a way of avoiding the unbearable whole. And then there was his family. To understand Nicholas without Alexandra and the children is to misunderstand the emotional center of his life. The imperial household was not a decorative attachment to politics. It was the place where Nicholas seemed most himself. He was a devoted husband, a loving father, and a man who found in domestic life the warmth and certainty that public life denied him. The family's diaries and letters reveal a private world of affection, prayer, walks, illnesses, jokes, and daily routines. This private tenderness is important, not because it redeems his rule, but because it explains some of his blindness. Nicholas's deepest loyalties were intimate. He trusted the emotional truth of his family more than the noisy, contradictory demands of public life. When crowds shouted, ministers argued, newspapers criticized, and politicians demanded change, he often seemed to withdraw inward toward the people whose love felt pure and unquestioned. The empire was abstract, impatient, and often hostile. His family was immediate. That would be understandable in any ordinary man. But Nicholas was not permitted to be ordinary. The crown turned private instinct into public consequence. His devotion to Alexandra shaped decisions. His protectiveness toward his children deepened the secrecy around the household. His belief that the family must endure together created a kind of moral circle, warm on the inside, increasingly sealed from the outside. He could look at his wife and children and see innocence under attack. Many Russians looked at the same family and saw a remote court refusing to hear the country's pain. Both views contained part of the truth. That is why the story resists easy judgment. Nicholas was not the cartoon tyrant of revolutionary posters, though the system he defended could be harsh and violent. He was not the saintly victim of later nostalgia, though his final months were marked by humiliation and fear. He was a man whose personal virtues were poorly matched to his public role. Gentleness at home did not produce mercy in government. Piety did not create insight. Patience did not become reform. Duty, when tied to a failing idea, became stubbornness with a halo around it. There is an old temptation, when looking back at doomed rulers, to search for the moment when they could have saved themselves. One reform accepted, one minister trusted, one speech delivered differently, one concession made earlier, with grace rather than resentment. With Nicholas, the more haunting possibility is that the failure was not a single missed turn. It was a temperament moving through time at the wrong speed. He could not imagine the monarchy as anything other than sacred autocracy until events had already made sacred autocracy impossible. He believed Russia needed the Tsar as a father, long after millions of Russians had begun to suspect that the father did not understand his children at all. He clung to the throne not with the appetite of a conqueror, but with the obedience of a son guarding an inheritance he had been told must never be altered. And so he ruled as if continuity itself were a policy. It was not. By the time war came, Nicholas's weaknesses would no longer remain weaknesses of style, judgment, or political philosophy. They would become matters of survival. An empire at peace may survive a hesitant ruler for a while. An empire at war is less forgiving. Every delay becomes visible. Every mistake has a casualty list. Every rumor travels faster than loyalty. The man who loved quiet family evenings would soon place himself at the head of a collapsing army. The ruler who feared surrendering authority would discover that authority can drain away even from hands that refuse to open. And the private gentleman, so careful in manners, so devoted in affection, would become the public face of a disaster too large for politeness to soften. Nicholas II did not bring down the Romanov dynasty alone. No one person could have done that. But he stood where the final decisions gathered. He inherited a cracked structure, and instead of rebuilding it, he prayed it would hold. For a while, it did. Old walls often stand longer than they should. Then comes the pressure no ritual can answer, and the cracks begin to speak. Alexandra Feodorovna entered Russian history with a kind of disadvantage that no coronation could fully erase. She had been born Princess Alex of Hesse, a granddaughter of Queen Victoria, raised in a world of German courts, English family ties, Protestant discipline, and private grief. By the time she married Nicholas and became Empress of Russia, she had already learned that life could remove security without warning. Her mother and one of her sisters had died when she was still a child. Loss did not make her soft in the public sense. It made her guarded. Russia did not quite know what to do with her. She was beautiful, serious, shy in a way that looked like arrogance, deeply religious, and uncomfortable with the glittering social theater that surrounded the imperial court. In another setting, these qualities might have seemed dignified. in St. Petersburg, where aristocratic life was built on performance, gossip, alliances, and carefully managed charm, Alexandra's reserve became a political problem. A court can forgive many things. It rarely forgives a woman who refuses to flatter it. The Russian aristocracy expected an empress to be visible, graceful, socially generous, and skilled in the strange art of making privilege seem warm. Alexandra was not built for that role. She disliked court society and often seemed to distrust it. She preferred the privacy of family life, the company of a narrow circle, religious devotion, and the emotional certainty she found in Nicholas. The result was a quiet disaster of perception. Her withdrawal, which she may have understood as sincerity or moral seriousness, was read by others as coldness. Her discomfort became pride. Her privacy became secrecy, and secrecy around power breeds stories. From the beginning, Alexandra's identity carried attention. To become Russian empress, she converted to Russian Orthodoxy and took on a new name, a new faith, and a new ceremonial life. By all signs, she embraced that faith with intensity. This was not a costume she wore lightly. Orthodoxy became central to how she understood suffering, motherhood, duty, and the sacred character of Nicholas's rule. But public belonging is not granted by ritual alone. To many Russians, especially as suspicion hardened later, she remained foreign. Her German birth mattered less in peaceful years, though it never vanished. During war, it became poisonous. Once Russia was fighting Germany, the Empress's origins gave rumor a weapon. People who disliked her did not need proof of treachery. They needed only atmosphere, accent, distance, and fear. In a hungry capital, those ingredients were enough. This is one of the crueler patterns in history. When a society begins to break under pressure, it often searches for a face on which to place its panic. Alexandra became that face. She was too private for a public role, too foreign for a suspicious country, too religious for a cynical court, too influential for people who already feared the monarchy's isolation, and too devoted to Nicholas to push him toward the kind of compromise Russia needed. Her defenders would say she loved Russia in her own severe way. That may be true, but love, like sincerity, is not always politically useful. Alexandra's Russia was not the Russia of striking workers, mutinous soldiers, angry peasants, liberal reformers, or exhausted mothers standing in breadlines. Her Russia was holy, patriarchal, obedient, mystical, bound to the Tsar by divine order. It was a vision powerful enough to guide her conscience and narrow enough to mislead it. To understand Alexandra, we have to resist two easy caricatures. She was not simply the wicked foreign empress of wartime rumor, secretly destroying Russia from within. That image was fed by fear, misogyny, xenophobia, political anger, and the natural human appetite for a villain with a name. There is no need to dress her in conspiracy to explain why she became hated. Her real influence, her real misjudgments, and the real collapse around her were damaging enough. But she was also not merely a misunderstood wife and mother whose only fault was loving too deeply. That version is too gentle. Alexandra's devotion could become rigid. Her suspicion could become counsel. Her faith in autocracy could become pressure on Nicholas at precisely the moments when he needed broader advice. She encouraged him to be firm, to resist concessions, to trust the sacred nature of his authority. In the private language of marriage, this may have felt like loyalty. In the public language of politics, it helped close doors. There is a difference between being strong and making another person stronger. Alexandra often urged Nicholas toward what she understood as strength. But the strength she imagined was not adaptation, persuasion, or shared authority. It was endurance. It was firmness. It was holding the line because the line itself was holy. This mattered because Nicholas, for all his stubbornness, was also uncertain. He leaned heavily on emotional reassurance. Alexandra gave it to him in abundance. But reassurance is dangerous when it confirms the very instincts that need questioning. Their marriage was unusually close for a royal couple of their time. In a world where dynastic marriages often settled into formality, Nicholas and Alexandra remained emotionally attached, even tenderly dependent. Their letters show warmth, longing, religious language, domestic concern, and mutual devotion. For them, the family was a refuge from a hostile world. But a refuge can become a fortress. Inside that fortress were their children: Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei. Alexandra's life revolved around them, and not as imperial decoration. She was intensely involved, sometimes anxiously so. The daughters grew up in a household that, by royal standards, could seem almost sheltered and simple. They shared rooms, wore modest clothes in private, helped with nursing work during the war, wrote letters, and lived under the emotional weather of their mother's moods and fears. Alexandra's maternal love was real. It was also sharpened by terror, because at the center of the family was a secret that could not safely be spoken in public. Alexei, the heir, was dangerously ill. Before we reach that secret fully, it is important to notice what it did to Alexandra from the inside. She was not merely an unpopular empress who happened to have a sick child. She was a mother whose son's life could be threatened by a bump, a fall, a bruise, a moment of ordinary childhood. The future of the dynasty rested in the body of a fragile boy. Every motherly fear was multiplied by politics, religion, inheritance, and guilt. The illness came through the royal bloodlines connected to Queen Victoria. Alexandra knew enough to understand that the burden had passed through her side of the family. That knowledge must have been almost unbearable. In public, she was expected to produce confidence, continuity, and imperial grace. In private, she watched the heir suffer and knew that the danger lived in the blood itself. Here, her isolation deepened into something more than personality. Pain isolates, guilt isolates. A secret illness hidden inside a public dynasty isolates almost beyond measure. Alexandra could not easily trust court gossip. She could not expose Alexei's condition to political enemies. She could not admit how vulnerable the succession really was. So she turned inward, to prayer, to Nicholas, to a small circle of trusted figures, and eventually to the one man whose presence would do more than almost anything else to destroy her reputation. Rasputin's rise cannot be understood without Alexandra's fear. That does not mean every rumor about him was true. Many were grotesquely exaggerated, and some were invented by enemies who found it useful to make the imperial family look obscene, foolish, or possessed. But the reason Rasputin mattered was not that he controlled Russia like a puppet master. That is too crude. He mattered because Alexandra believed he could help her son when doctors often could not. In that belief, maternal desperation became political vulnerability. The court saw scandal. Alexandra saw relief. The public saw corruption. Alexandra saw divine mercy. And between those interpretations, the monarchy lost something it could not afford to lose: credibility. Her German birth made suspicion easier. Her reserve made sympathy harder. Her closeness to Nicholas made her influence alarming. Her dependence on spiritual counsel made the palace look irrational at a time when the country was already bleeding. By the war years, she had become a screen onto which Russia projected betrayal, decadence, and secret control. Some of those projections were unfair. Some grew from genuine failures of judgment. All of them were politically fatal. What makes Alexandra so difficult to place is that her most damaging actions often grew from virtues turned inward too tightly. Loyalty became blindness. Faith became certainty. Maternal love became secrecy. Suspicion became isolation. And isolation, once it enters a palace, rarely stays private. It changes appointments. It changes advice. It changes what information reaches the ruler. It changes how criticism is heard. It turns warning into insult and opposition into treason. By the time Russia entered its final imperial crisis, Alexandra was no longer simply Nicholas's wife. In the public imagination, she had become the hidden force behind a failing throne. That image was larger than the truth, but it did not need to be true in every detail to do damage. Politics often moves through perception before evidence has time to put on its coat. The Empress, who had wanted privacy, became one of the most watched women in Europe. The woman who disliked performance became trapped inside a national drama. The mother who tried to protect her son helped create the secrecy that made the dynasty look diseased from within. And the wife who urged her husband to stand firm could not see that the ground beneath him was no longer firm at all. There is something almost unbearable in the gap between Alexandra's inner world and the way history received her. She believed herself faithful. Many Russians believed her dangerous. She believed she was guarding her family. The country increasingly believed the family was being guarded at Russia's expense. She believed in holy order. The streets were beginning to believe in bread, anger, and the right to be heard. Those worlds did not argue politely. They collided, and when they did, Alexandra's isolation became part of the Romanovs' doom, not because she invented the empire's crisis, but because she helped make the palace less able to hear it approaching. The secret at the center of the Romanov household was not a plot, not a lover, not a hidden political alliance. It was a child's body. Alexei Nikolaevich, the long-awaited heir to the Russian throne, was born in 1904, and for a brief moment the dynasty seemed to exhale. After 4 daughters, Nicholas and Alexandra finally had a son. To the empire, his birth meant continuity. To the court, it meant relief. To the monarchy, it meant the future had been given a face. Then the future began to bleed. Alexei had hemophilia, a hereditary condition that prevented blood from clotting properly. In practical terms, this meant that ordinary childhood could become dangerous. A bruise might become a crisis. A fall could turn terrifying. Internal bleeding, invisible at first, could bring agony, fever, swelling, and the helpless waiting of adults who had no cure to offer. For a family built around inheritance, this was more than a medical tragedy. It was a dynastic earthquake hidden under nursery blankets. The Russian Empire depended on the idea that succession was secure, that the sacred chain from father to son would continue unbroken. The heir was not simply a boy. He was an institution in miniature. His body carried political meaning before he could understand the word politics. Every photograph of him, every public appearance, every gesture of health reassured a system that needed reassurance badly. But inside the palace, the truth was different. Alexei was vulnerable in ways that could not be announced without consequences. The Romanovs lived in a world where weakness invited gossip, and gossip could become political ammunition. If the public fully understood the severity of the heir's condition, confidence in the dynasty might suffer. If foreign courts knew too much, it could affect marriage politics, alliances, perceptions of stability. If revolutionaries learned how fragile the succession really was, they would not need imagination to turn illness into propaganda. So the family kept the secret close. This secrecy changed everything. It changed Alexandra first. Her religious intensity, her anxiety, her suspicion of outsiders, her dependence on private reassurance. All of these existed before Alexei's illness became the household's central torment. But the illness gave them a terrible focus. It turned worry into vigilance. It turned motherhood into a state of siege. Imagine the burden, not as a melodramatic curse, but as daily life. A boy wants to play. A mother sees danger in the floor, the furniture, the stairs, the garden, the horse, the boat, the careless movement of another child. A son laughs, runs, stumbles, and the room tightens. Servants know more than they can say. Doctors arrive with serious faces. Telegrams are sent in careful language. Doors close. In public, Alexandra was expected to appear composed. In private, she watched time divide into attacks and recoveries. This is where the story becomes painfully intimate. The illness did not only threaten Alexei's life, it rearranged the emotional architecture of the family. The daughters were raised in the shadow of their brother's condition, not unloved, but inevitably aware that the household's deepest fear centered on him. Nicholas, who adored his children, was drawn into the same pattern of secrecy and hope. The family's private world grew warmer in one sense and narrower in another, like a room where everyone speaks softly because the patient must not be disturbed. Alexei himself was not merely a symbol of suffering. He could be lively, affectionate, mischievous, stubborn, and charming. That matters. It is too easy, from the distance, to reduce him to his illness, as if hemophilia were his whole personality. But to his family, he was a beloved child before he was a medical condition, and perhaps that made the fear worse. They were not protecting an abstract heir. They were protecting Alexei, their boy, their sunbeam, the child whose pain could transform the mood of an entire household. The disease also carried a cruel psychological weight for Alexandra. Hemophilia had appeared in royal families connected to Queen Victoria, and Alexandra knew the inheritance ran through her bloodline. She had brought into Russia not only a foreign name and foreign suspicions, but, in her own mind, the hidden danger that threatened the dynasty's only son. Whether or not anyone blamed her openly in the family, guilt does not always wait for accusation. It grows very well in silence, and silence was everywhere. There were practical reasons to conceal the illness, but practical secrecy has emotional consequences. It teaches people to divide reality into what is known and what is admitted. It forces a family to perform health when illness governs the day. It makes outsiders seem dangerous because any outsider might see too much, say too much, misunderstand too much. The Romanovs' isolation was not created by Alexei's illness alone, but the illness hardened it. It gave Alexandra a reason to distrust the court. It gave Nicholas another reason to keep public criticism at a distance. It gave the family a private crisis that made political demands feel almost indecent. When your child is suffering upstairs, parliamentary debates, ministerial quarrels, and newspaper attacks can seem not merely hostile, but unreal. This was one of the monarchy's hidden weaknesses. The private emergency of the imperial family competed with the public emergency of the empire. Russia was changing. Workers were organizing. Peasants were restless. Political institutions were fragile. Violence simmered beneath official calm, but within the palace, the most urgent question was often whether Alexei would survive the latest episode. That does not make the family inhuman. It makes them human in a way that became politically dangerous. A ruler's household is never only personal. In a monarchy, a child's illness can influence appointments, alliances, rumors, access, trust, and policy. It can decide who is allowed near the family and who is kept outside the door. It can turn a doctor into a figure of national importance. It can turn a religious wanderer into someone whose words reach the empress more powerfully than the advice of officials. This is the doorway through which Rasputin entered the story. But before he appears, it is worth pausing on what the doctors could and could not do. Early 20th century medicine had limits that are easy to forget from the safety of later knowledge. Physicians could observe, soothe, prescribe rest, manage symptoms, and offer what treatments they believed might help. But they could not cure hemophilia. They could not make Alexei's blood behave normally. They could not guarantee that a crisis would pass. For Alexandra, that helplessness was unbearable. She did not reject medicine because she was foolish in some cartoonish way. She turned beyond medicine because medicine repeatedly reached the edge of its power. When official science cannot save your child, the unofficial world begins to look less irrational. Prayer, icons, holy men, spiritual counsel. These did not exist for her as superstitions on the margins of life. They belonged to a religious universe in which suffering had meaning and divine intervention was not a metaphor. That is not the same as saying every belief was wise. It is saying that desperation has its own logic. The court, of course, saw the matter differently. To many aristocrats, Alexandra's increasing dependence on spiritual figures seemed embarrassing, even dangerous. The imperial family was supposed to embody order, dignity, and sacred authority. But sacred authority had rules, hierarchies, acceptable forms. A strange peasant holy man, moving close to the throne, violated the taste of the elite before it violated their politics. And taste among elites often disguises itself as principle. Rasputin would later become a vessel for almost every anxiety Russia had about the monarchy. Decadence, corruption, foreign influence, religious madness, sexual scandal, political decay. Some of those accusations were exaggerated. Some were false. Some were rooted in real alarm. But his influence cannot be understood unless we first understand the vacuum he filled. The vacuum was not power, it was hope. When Alexei suffered, And when Rasputin's prayers or presence appeared to coincide with improvement, Alexandra drew conclusions that were emotionally impossible for her to abandon. Whether the improvement came from rest, coincidence, changed medical treatment, the natural course of the episode, or something else, the mother saw her child recover after the holy man had intervened. For a parent, that sequence can become stronger than argument. From the outside, people asked how an empress could trust such a man. From the inside, the question was different. How could she reject someone she believed had helped save her son? This is the tragic hinge. The same secrecy meant to protect the dynasty made Rasputin's presence look even more sinister. Because the public did not fully understand Alexei's illness, it could not understand why Alexandra tolerated Rasputin's closeness. Without the medical secret, the relationship appeared irrational, possibly corrupt, maybe even treasonous to those already prepared to believe the worst. The missing explanation became fertile ground for invention. The monarchy trapped itself. It could not reveal the heir's condition without exposing weakness. It could not conceal the condition without making its behavior incomprehensible. And into that gap walked rumor, wearing boots loud enough for all Russia to hear. Alexei's hemophilia did not cause the revolution. History is rarely so tidy. Russia's crisis was made from war, hunger, autocracy, inequality, repression, political failure, and the vast strain of modernity on an old empire. But the illness mattered because it shaped the emotional decisions of the people at the top. It intensified Alexandra's isolation. It strengthened the family's dependence on private faith. It made Rasputin possible. It turned the succession, the very promise of continuity, into a secret source of dread. The boy who was meant to secure the future instead revealed how fragile that future was. There is a heartbreaking irony here. The Romanovs spent years hiding Alexei's weakness because they feared what it would do to the monarchy. But the secrecy surrounding that weakness helped create suspicions far more damaging than the truth might have been. A known illness might have brought pity, uncertainty, perhaps concern about succession. A hidden illness, surrounded by whispers and strange visitors, suggested something darker to a public already losing trust. People can forgive suffering. They are less forgiving when they feel they are being deceived. Inside the family, Alexei remained the beloved center of concern. Outside, he was still presented as the heir, the bright continuation of a 3-century dynasty. Between those two realities lay the dangerous space where monarchy becomes theater. The Romanovs had to stage confidence while living with fear. They had to represent divine order while knowing that one careless movement could send the future of the throne into crisis. That tension would never leave them. It followed them through palaces, trains, exile houses, guarded rooms, and eventually to Yekaterinburg. Even in captivity, Alexei's health shaped the family's movements and suffering. Nicholas carried him when he could not walk. His illness slowed journeys, altered routines, and reminded everyone that the Romanovs were not only political prisoners, but a family arranged around a sick child. The secret illness of the heir was not the most visible cause of the dynasty's fall. It was something quieter, buried deeper, a pressure under the floorboards, a fear behind the Empress's eyes, a reason for closed doors, strange trust, and decisions that made little sense to those who did not know the truth. And in the final years of imperial Russia, when trust was already vanishing, the truths that remained hidden became almost as powerful as the lies people invented to replace them. Grigory Rasputin did not enter the Romanov story as the creature of legend. That version came later, swollen by rumor, political hatred, newspaper appetite, aristocratic disgust, and the strange usefulness of making one man appear responsible for an empire's collapse. The Rasputin most people know is almost too convenient. A sinister peasant with hypnotic eyes, poisoning the throne from inside the palace, whispering commands into the Empress's ear while Russia staggered toward ruin. It is an unforgettable image. It is also too simple. The real Rasputin was troubling enough without turning him into a supernatural villain. He was born far from the imperial world, in Siberia, in a village where the rhythms of life were nothing like the polished rituals of St. Petersburg. He was not a monk, though he was often described that way. He was a wandering religious figure, a pilgrim, a man whose reputation for spiritual intensity grew in a Russia where holiness could wear rough clothes and speak with unsettling familiarity. That matters, because Rasputin's power began not in politics, but in contrast. At court, religion was often formal, hierarchical, embroidered with gold, surrounded by ceremony. Rasputin offered something raw. He seemed to come from the deep country, from the Russia that aristocrats liked to praise in speeches, but rarely had to smell, feed, or obey. To some, he appeared authentic, touched by God, a man whose lack of refinement proved that he had not been spoiled by courtly falseness. To others, that same roughness was exactly what made him intolerable. He crossed a boundary the elite wanted kept intact. Peasants could be holy at a distance. They were less charming when they stood too close to the throne. When Rasputin was introduced into circles near the imperial family, Nicholas and Alexandra were already living under the pressure of Alexei's illness. They had doctors. They had prayers. They had secrecy. What they did not have was certainty. And then came this strange man from Siberia, with an intense presence, religious language, and, most importantly, moments when his intervention appeared to coincide with the heir's improvement. We do not need to exaggerate the evidence to understand the effect. When a child is suffering, sequence becomes meaning. A message is sent, a prayer is offered, a calming instruction is given. The child improves. Perhaps the bleeding was already easing. Perhaps rest helped. Perhaps the doctors changed course. Perhaps Rasputin's presence calmed Alexandra, and that calm changed the atmosphere around the patient. Perhaps some accounts were sharpened by memory after the fact. The historian has to be careful here. The mother did not. For Alexandra, the conclusion became deeply personal. Rasputin helped Alexei when others could not. Once she believed that, every warning against him had to pass through the fear of losing her son. It is difficult to argue with a mother's terror using the language of reputation management. Court gossip may be politically important, but it does not sit beside a child's bed at night. This is why Rasputin's influence was both real and often misunderstood. He did not need to control the machinery of government directly in order to damage it. His importance came through access, trust, and perception. He had the confidence of the Empress, and through her, at times, an indirect path toward Nicholas. That was enough. In a monarchy already suffering from distrust, a man did not have to be a formal minister to become politically explosive. He only had to be believed influential, and Rasputin was believed influential. By the aristocracy, he was seen as a humiliation. The Romanovs, guardians of sacred autocracy, seemed to be listening to a wandering Siberian whose manners offended the drawing rooms of the capital. For conservative elites, this was not merely embarrassing. It suggested that the throne had lost its dignity, that access could be gained through mysticism rather than rank, that the Empress had allowed a dangerous outsider into the sacred space of imperial decision-making. For liberals and revolutionaries, Rasputin was even more useful. He became evidence, or what could be made to look like evidence, that the old regime was rotten beyond repair. Every rumor about his drinking, his behavior with women, his arrogance, his supposed power over appointments, became part of a larger indictment. The monarchy was not simply outdated. It was diseased. It was decadent. It was governed in back rooms by superstition and favorites. Whether each story was true mattered less than the atmosphere they created. Rumor does not require a courtroom standard of proof. It requires hunger, fear, resentment, and someone powerful enough to hate. Rasputin supplied the face. Alexandra supplied the connection. The secrecy around Alexei supplied the missing explanation. Together, they formed a political disaster. The most damaging stories about Rasputin often grew in the gap between what people saw and what they were allowed to know. They saw him near the imperial family. They heard that the Empress trusted him. They watched ministers rise and fall in a government already unstable. They knew the country was suffering. They did not know, or did not fully know, the medical desperation that made Alexandra cling to him. So they filled the empty space with scandal. Some of the scandal was exaggerated almost beyond recognition. Later retellings made Rasputin into a kind of dark magician, a figure with powers so great that he no longer seems quite human. That version is dramatic, but it lets the Romanovs off too easily. If Rasputin was an irresistible demon, then Nicholas and Alexandra were merely bewitched. If he was a monster from a folk tale, then the deeper failures of judgment, isolation, and government can be pushed aside. The harder truth is more human. Rasputin gained influence because the imperial family let him in. They let him in because they were afraid. And they remained afraid because the one person they believed could secure the dynasty's future was a sick boy whose suffering they could not control. This does not absolve Rasputin. He was not a harmless innocent wandering through history by accident. His behavior disturbed many people for reasons that cannot all be dismissed as snobbery. He enjoyed access. He understood that closeness to the throne made him important. He could be coarse, manipulative, and careless with the destructive power of his own reputation. Even if some accusations were inflated by enemies, enough unease gathered around him to make his presence politically toxic. But toxicity, in this case, was not only moral, it was symbolic. Rasputin stood at the intersection of every fear people had about the late Romanov court. He represented peasant mysticism to aristocrats who preferred peasants obedient and picturesque. He represented clerical irrationality to modernizers who wanted law, institutions, and accountability. He represented sexual and moral disorder to a society eager to believe the palace was corrupt. He represented hidden influence to politicians who already suspected that official channels meant little. And during war, because Alexandra was German-born, his closeness to her fed darker suspicions that the empire was being weakened from within. The evidence for outright treason was not what rumor claimed, but by then perception had taken command. One of the strangest features of Rasputin's story is how much damage he could do simply by being visible in the wrong way. His letters, visits, recommendations, and contacts became material for suspicion. His very survival at court seemed to prove that the imperial family had stopped understanding its own people. A wiser monarchy might have recognized the danger and drawn a firm boundary. Nicholas and Alexandra did not. Or perhaps they could not, because the boundary between Rasputin and their family had been drawn across Alexei's sickbed. To remove him felt, to Alexandra, like risking her son. To keep him meant risking the throne. She chose the son again and again. As a mother, that choice is comprehensible. As an empress, it was disastrous. The court's hostility toward Rasputin became more than gossip. It hardened into fear. Nobles, politicians, church figures, and members of the wider imperial establishment began to see him as a threat not only to reputation, but to the survival of the monarchy itself. The language around him became apocalyptic. Russia, they believed, could not be saved while he remained near the throne. This belief eventually led to murder. In December 1916, a group of aristocratic conspirators killed Rasputin, hoping that his removal might rescue the monarchy from disgrace. The details of his death were later surrounded by sensational accounts, some of them contradictory, some shaped by the self-serving memories of those involved. The legend of Rasputin's impossible death, poison, bullets, icy water, supernatural endurance, has often been told as if it were settled fact. The evidence is messier than the myth. What we can say with more confidence is that his murder did not save the dynasty. It exposed its condition. If members of the elite believed they had to kill a favorite of the imperial family in order to protect the monarchy, then the old system was already cannibalizing itself. The assassination was not a cure. It was a symptom. It showed that even loyalists no longer trusted the normal workings of power. They had moved from advice to conspiracy, from court complaint to bloodshed, and Nicholas's response did little to restore confidence. The removal of Rasputin did not produce a new political imagination. It did not repair the army. It did not feed the cities. It did not heal the distrust between throne and public. It did not make Alexandra beloved. It did not make Nicholas decisive. The country was not waiting only for Rasputin to disappear. It was waiting for a government capable of surviving catastrophe. That government was not there. Rasputin's importance, then, lies less in the fantasy that he destroyed Russia and more in the way he revealed the monarchy's broken instincts. A healthy regime can survive a scandal. A fragile one turns scandal into proof of decay. A confident ruler can distance himself from a damaging figure. Nicholas hesitated. A politically skilled empress can manage perception, build alliances, and calm suspicion. Alexandra withdrew further into certainty. A transparent court can explain unusual relationships. The Romanovs had a secret they believed they could not tell. So the story grew in the dark. By the time Rasputin was dead, his legend was already stronger than his body. He had become the name people used when they wanted to say that the palace was no longer rational, no longer dignified, no longer connected to Russia's suffering. He became shorthand for the feeling that unseen hands governed the empire while ordinary people paid the price. This is why he remains so magnetic in the Romanov story. He seems to offer a single key to a complicated lock. Blame Rasputin, and the collapse becomes almost theatrical. Remove him from the picture, and we are forced to face something more unsettling. The dynasty was failing in broad daylight, through decisions made by legitimate rulers, inside official rooms, under the protection of ancient symbols. Rasputin did not create the Romanovs' isolation. He entered it. He did not invent their secrecy. He benefited from it. He did not single-handedly bring down the empire. He made the empire look as though it deserved to fall. And in politics, that distinction can be fatal. For Alexandra, he remained tied to the most intimate hope of her life, that her son might live. For much of Russia, he became evidence that the throne had surrendered reason itself. Between those two meanings, there was no bridge strong enough to hold. The Romanovs kept looking at Rasputin and seeing salvation. The country looked at him and saw rot. Both visions moved toward the same end. War did not arrive in Russia as a single thunderclap. It arrived first as music, flags, church bells, speeches, uniforms, and the almost intoxicating belief that sacrifice could purify a troubled nation. In the summer of 1914, when Europe moved toward catastrophe with the confidence of men who had mistaken timetables for wisdom, Russia joined the war against Germany and Austria-Hungary. For the Romanov monarchy, the early mood looked almost like salvation. Crowds gathered, patriotic feeling surged. Old divisions seemed, for a moment, to soften beneath the pressure of national danger. Nicholas could appear again not as a disputed autocrat, but as the father of a threatened people. The dynasty, so bruised by distrust and scandal, found itself wrapped in the language of holy duty and defense of the motherland. But war has a talent for exposing weak foundations. At first, many Russians were willing to believe in victory, or at least in endurance. They had been taught to imagine Russia as vast, patient, almost inexhaustible. Its spaces seemed endless. Its people had suffered before. Its armies could absorb punishment that might break smaller states. This was not entirely fantasy. Russia did possess enormous resources and manpower, but size is not the same as readiness, and endurance is not the same as organization. The empire entered the First World War with courage in abundance and competence in shorter supply. The Russian soldier often carried the burden with astonishing resilience. He marched, froze, starved, waited, obeyed, and died in numbers that are difficult to hold in the mind for very long. But bravery cannot replace shells. Patriotism cannot replace rifles. Prayer cannot replace transport. A peasant conscript may be willing to fight for Tsar and country, but if the state cannot equip him, feed him, move him, or explain why he is being sacrificed, loyalty begins to thin. The early disasters were not only military, they were moral. Defeats at the front traveled home as grief. Families received news, or worse, received no clear news at all. Men disappeared into lists. Villages lost sons. Cities filled with wounded bodies, bandages, crutches, empty sleeves, and rumors brought back from the front by those lucky enough to be evacuated alive. Every railway station became a place where the empire's promises met the empire's reality, and the reality was often ugly. The war placed unbearable strain on supply systems already fragile before the shooting began. Railways were overburdened. Food existed in the countryside but did not always reach the cities efficiently. Fuel shortages deepened the misery. Prices rose. Workers faced long hours, inflation, and queues. The capital, renamed Petrograd to sound less German, became a city where imperial patriotism had to compete with cold rooms and empty stomachs. There is an important misconception here. Revolutions are not made by hunger alone. Hungry people often endure more than later observers expect. What becomes dangerous is hunger combined with humiliation, distrust, and the belief that those in power are either incompetent or indifferent. By the war's middle years, Russia had all of these in dangerous quantities. The Romanov monarchy had always relied on a kind of emotional bargain. The Tsar was distant, yes, but he was supposed to be protective. The system was unequal, yes, but it claimed sacred purpose. The people suffered, yes, but suffering was supposed to belong to a larger order. War shredded that bargain. When soldiers died without adequate support, when mothers waited in bread lines, when factories faltered, when rumors of corruption multiplied, the old language began to sound insulting. A sacred father who cannot feed his children becomes something else. Nicholas did not ignore the war. That was part of the problem. He cared deeply about the army. He read reports, visited troops, worried over military matters, and saw the conflict as a test of duty. But his understanding of duty led him toward one of the most consequential decisions of his reign. In 1915, after severe military failures, he chose to leave the capital and take personal command of the army at headquarters. On paper, the decision had a certain emotional logic. The Tsar would stand with his soldiers. He would share the burden. He would demonstrate resolve. He would place himself at the heart of the national struggle. In the old world of monarchy, this was powerful symbolism. A sovereign leading his army carried echoes of ancient authority, sacrifice, and paternal courage. But Russia in 1915 did not need a symbol at the front as much as it needed a functioning government at the center. Nicholas was not a great military commander. His presence did not transform strategy. It did not solve shortages, repair morale, or magically improve coordination. What it did do was bind his personal authority more tightly to every failure that followed. Before, defeats could be blamed on generals, ministers, distance, confusion, even bad luck. Once Nicholas placed himself at the head of the army, the distinction between the monarch and the military disaster became harder to maintain. Every lost battle now pointed upward more directly, and in Petrograd, his absence created a second danger. Alexandra was left with increased influence over domestic affairs at the very moment when she was least trusted by the public. She wrote to Nicholas frequently, urged firmness, recommended or opposed officials, and viewed many political critics as enemies of the crown. Her intentions, as always, were bound to loyalty. But loyalty inside the imperial marriage translated poorly into the politics of a starving capital. A government under pressure needs credibility. Petrograd saw instead a German-born empress, isolated and unpopular, associated in the public imagination with Rasputin, influencing decisions while the Tsar was away at the front. This was almost perfectly designed to feed suspicion. It did not matter that the wildest rumors outran the evidence. The arrangement looked disastrous. And in politics, appearances can harden into facts before truth has opened its mouth. Ministers changed with alarming frequency. Competent men could be dismissed. Others appeared to rise through court favor. Rasputin's name circulated around appointments and influence, sometimes with reason, sometimes through exaggeration, but always destructively. To many observers, The government seemed less like an imperial administration and more like a revolving door in a burning building. This was the period sometimes called the ministerial leapfrog, and the phrase has the faintly comic sound of a children's game. But there was nothing comic about it. Each change signaled instability. Each rumor suggested unseen interference. Each administrative failure made the next explanation easier to believe. If bread did not arrive, if trains failed, if soldiers lacked supplies, if ministers vanished, someone must be responsible. In the streets, the answer grew simpler with every month. The palace, the empress, Rasputin, the Tsar. Not necessarily in that order. Meanwhile, the war kept eating. It ate men, horses, grain, coal, money, patience, and faith. It ate the credibility of officers who gave orders they could not support. It ate the patience of workers asked to produce more while wages lost value. It ate the old deference of soldiers who had seen too much blood to believe blindly in noble phrases. It ate the emotional distance between front and home, because nearly every family was touched by absence or grief. What the monarchy failed to understand was that mass war creates mass politics. A peasant in uniform is not the same person when he returns, if he returns. A worker producing weapons for a state at war begins to understand his own importance. Women waiting in bread lines become political actors not because they read theory, but because survival has pushed them into public space. Soldiers stationed near the capital carry rifles, grievances, and news. The war did not invent Russian discontent. It armed it, organized it, and taught it to move in crowds. Nicholas still believed in obedience as a moral structure, but obedience depends on meaning. By 1916 and early 1917, meaning was collapsing. What was the war for? Why were men dying? Why did the government seem so incompetent? Why did the Empress appear to trust Rasputin more than responsible officials? Why did criticism of the regime sound more realistic than the regime's own assurances? These questions did not remain in salons and political circles. They moved through barracks, tramcars, factories, queues, and kitchens. They passed from person to person in the half-verified language of rumor. Rumor was not a side effect of collapse. It was one of collapse's engines. In a state where official trust had failed, people believed what fit the pattern they already saw. And the pattern was bleak. The army was exhausted. The cities were hungry. The government was unstable. The ruler was absent. The empress was hated. Rasputin was dead, but the damage attached to his name was still alive. When Rasputin was murdered in December 1916, some hoped the air might clear. It did not. His death removed a scandal, but left the structure that had made the scandal possible. It also suggested that even members of the elite had lost faith in ordinary remedies. If noblemen were turning to assassination to save the monarchy, what did that say about the monarchy's health? Nicholas seemed not to grasp the depth of the danger, or perhaps he grasped it in fragments and could not assemble them into a new course. He continued to believe in firmness. Alexandra continued to urge him not to yield. The court continued to misread anger as disloyalty stirred by troublemakers, rather than as a sign that the old bond between ruler and people was breaking. There is something almost claustrophobic about the final months before revolution. The warnings are everywhere, yet they do not produce transformation. Officials worry. Politicians speak. Workers strike. Soldiers grumble. bread grows scarce. The capital becomes tense. The monarchy answers in the language it knows: order, authority, discipline, divine duty. But hunger does not bow because a ruler insists it should. The most dangerous failure of the Romanovs during the war was not that they faced crisis. Every government in Europe faced crisis. It was that they became less believable while demanding greater sacrifice. They asked the people to trust a system that no longer appeared competent enough to deserve trust. They asked soldiers to die for a throne increasingly associated with confusion. They asked the public to endure shortages while the palace seemed sealed inside suspicion and private certainty. Faith broke unevenly at first, then quickly. A monarchy can survive criticism. It can survive scandal. It can even survive defeat for a time. What it cannot survive is the moment when too many people stop imagining its survival as necessary. By early 1917, that moment was approaching. The Romanovs did not yet know how near it was. Nicholas was away from the capital, surrounded by military reports and the routines of command. Alexandra remained in Petrograd's orbit, convinced that firmness would preserve the sacred order. Outside, the city was becoming something else. Bread lines lengthened. Factories stirred. Women waited in the cold. Soldiers listened. The empire had spent 3 years turning suffering into pressure, and now that pressure was no longer hidden beneath ceremony. It was in the streets, in the barracks, in the stomach, in the memory of the dead. War had not only weakened Russia, it had taught Russia where the weakness was. And once that lesson spread, the old faith in the Romanovs could not be put back into uniform and marched home. By the winter of 1917, Petrograd had learned to listen for trouble in ordinary sounds. The scrape of boots outside a bakery. The mutter of a crowd that had waited too long. The sudden closing of a factory gate. The nervous pause before a soldier answered an order. Revolution did not begin as a perfectly organized assault on the monarchy. It began, as many revolutions do, with pressure escaping through the cracks. People were cold. Bread was scarce. Work was punishing. The war seemed endless. The government looked distant, confused, and morally exhausted. In the capital, frustration no longer stayed politely indoors. It moved into the street. There is a tendency, when looking back, to treat the February Revolution as inevitable, as if the Romanov throne had already been sentenced and the crowds merely arrived to read the verdict aloud. But history rarely feels inevitable to the people living inside it. In the first days, events were uncertain, improvised, unstable. Authorities misjudged them. Protesters did not fully control them. Soldiers hesitated. Officials waited for orders. The city became a field of decisions made by people who did not yet know they were ending an empire. The spark came from bread, labor, and war weariness, but the fuel had been gathered for years. Women played a crucial role in the early demonstrations, especially workers and women standing in bread lines who had endured the practical misery of the war at street level. Their anger was not abstract. It was not a theory of monarchy. It was the politics of empty shelves, missing sons, rising prices, and the exhaustion of being told to sacrifice while those above seemed incapable of governing. When women poured into the streets, demanding bread and relief, they were not simply asking for food. They were exposing the failure of the state in the most direct language possible. A government may survive many accusations. It has a harder time surviving when people cannot eat. The demonstrations spread. Workers joined, strikes widened, factories emptied, slogans sharpened. What began as protest became something larger, because the city was ready to believe that its suffering had a political address. The monarchy had spent years making itself the symbol of order. Now, as order failed, the symbol became a target. At first, the regime responded as regimes often do when they mistake a crisis of legitimacy for a problem of crowd control. Officials hoped firmness would restore calm. Troops were ordered into the streets. The old assumptions still lingered. Soldiers would obey, crowds would scatter, authority would reassert itself. This had happened before. It could happen again. But the war had changed the soldiers. Many of the men stationed in and around Petrograd were not untouched instruments of the state. They were tired, resentful, poorly supplied, and connected by sympathy to the very crowds they were being ordered to suppress. Some had relatives in the breadlines. Some had come from the same villages and factories as the demonstrators. Some had already seen enough death at the front to question whether another command from above deserved automatic obedience. This is where the monarchy's power began to dissolve in real time, not in a grand ceremony, not in a debate. In the moment when a soldier looked at a crowd and did not see an enemy, mutiny did not spread all at once. But when it began, it altered everything. Soldiers refused orders, joined demonstrators, seized weapons, and turned against officers. The state's monopoly on force, the last hard skeleton beneath imperial authority, started to break. Without obedient troops, proclamations became paper. Without paper that mattered, ministers became frightened men in offices. Without credible ministers, the Tsar's name no longer carried the weight it once had. Petrograd was no longer simply protesting. It was slipping beyond control. Nicholas was not in the capital. He was at military headquarters, still viewing events through reports, delays, reassurances, and the habitual filters of command. The distance mattered. Had he been in Petrograd, it is not certain he could have saved the monarchy. By then, the crisis was enormous, but his absence sharpened the impression that the ruler was elsewhere while the heart of the empire convulsed. The machinery of monarchy depended on presence, ritual, and the belief that the sovereign stood above chaos. In February 1917, Nicholas seemed behind events, reading them after they had already changed shape. From headquarters, he tried to respond. Orders were given. The Duma was told to suspend. Measures were imagined. But every instruction had to pass through a reality that no longer obeyed the old grammar. The capital was in revolt. Soldiers were unreliable. Politicians were improvising. The imperial government was collapsing faster than the Tsar could understand, or at least faster than he could act. And then came one of those moments when power reveals that it has been partly imaginary all along. Nicholas attempted to return to Tsarskoye Selo, where Alexandra and the children were waiting. His train was diverted, the railway lines, the arteries of imperial command, no longer simply served his will. Officials, generals, and politicians were making calculations of survival. The Tsar of all Russia, whose ancestors had ruled for centuries, found himself unable to move freely across his own empire. It is hard to think of a more precise image of authority draining away. A ruler stopped by the rails. Meanwhile, the Duma, despite being ordered to suspend, formed a provisional committee. At nearly the same time, Workers and soldiers organized through the Petrograd Soviet. This dual emergence mattered enormously. The old regime was not being replaced by one simple, united force. It was being overtaken by competing claims to legitimacy: parliamentary authority, revolutionary authority, military necessity, street power. The monarchy was collapsing into a political world that had not yet decided what would come next. That uncertainty made the Romanovs more vulnerable, not less. Some generals and politicians believed that Nicholas himself had become the chief obstacle to stabilizing the country and continuing the war. This is a key point. The abdication was not forced only by radicals in the street. It was also urged by men from within the old establishment. Men who feared that loyalty to Nicholas might now destroy Russia's ability to survive. When a monarchy's own servants conclude that the monarch must go in order to save the state, the sacred aura has already cracked beyond repair. Nicholas was urged to abdicate. The decision came under immense pressure, confusion, and isolation. He was separated from his family. He received grim messages from commanders. The political situation in Petrograd was breaking. The army's loyalty could no longer be assumed. The possibility of civil disorder, military collapse, and national defeat hung over everything. He had spent his life believing that his authority was a sacred trust. Now the men around him spoke as if surrendering that authority were the only remaining service he could perform. On March 2nd, 1917, by the old Russian calendar, Nicholas II abdicated. At first, he abdicated in favor of his son, Alexei. Then, recognizing the boy's illness and the likelihood that separation would be required, he changed the decision and named his brother, Grand Duke Michael, instead. Michael did not accept the throne in the old automatic sense. He deferred acceptance unless it was confirmed by the will of the people through a representative assembly. And with that hesitation, the Romanov monarchy effectively ended. Not with a last cavalry charge, not with palace walls stormed by a single furious crowd, not with the Tsar facing the people from a balcony. It ended in railway cars, documents, consultations, exhaustion, and the dawning recognition that almost no one with power was prepared to keep the old order alive at any cost. There is something bleakly modern about this ending. The dynasty had clothed itself in sacred imagery for 3 centuries, yet its fall was administrative, logistical, and political as much as dramatic. Trains, telegrams, committees, generals, food supply, crowd movement, and military discipline did what prophecy could not. They translated mass suffering into institutional collapse. Nicholas recorded the abdication with a kind of stunned simplicity. His personal reaction was not the theatrical rage of a tyrant dragged from power. It was quieter, almost numb. That quietness can be misleading. Some later readers see dignity in it. Others see emotional inadequacy, a failure to grasp the scale of what had happened. Perhaps both impressions contain something true. He had lost the throne, but he had also lost the world in which his life made sense. For Nicholas, abdication was not merely retirement from office. It was spiritual rupture. The role he had understood as God-given was gone. The chain of inheritance was broken. The sacred duty he had guarded so stubbornly had ended not through voluntary reform, but under the weight of revolution and elite abandonment. He had tried to preserve autocracy intact, and in doing so left it too rigid to survive controlled transformation. A monarchy that refuses to share power may one day find it has no power left to share. Back at Tsarskoye Selo, Alexandra and the children were ill and anxious. The measles had struck the household around this period, adding a strange domestic misery to the national upheaval. While Petrograd roared with political change, the imperial family's private world was marked by fever, nursing, uncertainty, and waiting for news that arrived in fragments. This contrast is one of the Romanov story's most unsettling features. The empire was collapsing, and upstairs there were sick children. History often looks grand from a distance. Up close, it is frequently made of tired bodies, bad timing, and people trying to understand catastrophe through whatever small routines remain available. Alexandra, who had urged firmness for so long, now faced a reality that firmness could not reverse. Nicholas, who had believed he must never abandon autocracy, had abandoned the throne. Their children, raised inside the language of dynasty, were about to learn what it meant to be politically useless and symbolically dangerous at the same time. The transformation was immediate and almost impossible to absorb. One day, they were the imperial family. The next, they were a problem. Not just a family in distress, not simply former rulers, but a living question that every new authority had to answer. What should be done with them? Could they remain in Russia? Could they be sent abroad? Would foreign relatives receive them? Would revolutionaries tolerate their survival? Would monarchists try to rescue them? Would the army rally to their name? Would their existence become a banner for counter-revolution? The Romanovs had lost power, but not significance. That was the danger. In the streets, people celebrated the fall of the old regime. Red flags appeared. Political prisoners were freed. Symbols of imperial authority were stripped away or defaced. Words that had once been dangerous became public property. Republic, liberty, Soviet, rights, people. For many, February felt like release. A door opened after generations of pressure. For others, it felt like the beginning of a disorder whose limits no one could see. Both feelings were justified. The revolution had destroyed the old answer. It had not yet created a stable new one. This uncertainty shaped the Romanovs' fate from the beginning. If the February Revolution had produced a strong, settled government, the former imperial family might have been handled with more confidence. Instead, Russia entered a turbulent political half-light. The provisional government held formal authority, but the Petrograd Soviet commanded deep revolutionary legitimacy among workers and soldiers. The war continued, land hunger continued, economic crisis continued, radical voices gained strength. The question of the Romanovs remained suspended inside a much larger struggle over Russia's future. And so the family that had once ruled from palaces became captives of an unfinished revolution. Their fall revealed a cruel paradox. While Nicholas had power, he could not adapt enough to save the monarchy. Once he surrendered power, he could not become ordinary enough to save his family from politics. The crown was gone, but its shadow remained attached to them. Every movement, every rumor, every possible destination had political meaning. The Romanovs were no longer rulers, but they were not free. In that narrow space between dethronement and imprisonment, the deeper tragedy began to take shape. The basement in Yekaterinburg was still far away. The Ipatiev house had not yet entered their lives. The Bolsheviks had not yet taken full power. Rescue still seemed possible to some. Exile still seemed imaginable. Perhaps, in quiet moments, Nicholas and Alexandra believed the worst had already happened. It had not. The February Revolution had opened the palace gates, but not onto safety. It opened them onto a Russia where authority was fractured, anger was armed, and the Romanov name remained too heavy to set down. They had ceased to govern the empire. Now they would be carried by it. At Tsarskoye Selo, captivity arrived wearing familiar walls. That was one of its first cruelties. The Romanovs were not immediately thrown into a dungeon or dragged through the streets as trophies of revolution. They were confined in the Alexander Palace, a place saturated with family memory. This had been one of their private refuges, the setting for domestic rituals, illness, birthdays, prayers, lessons, letters, and the carefully protected life Nicholas and Alexandra preferred to the exhausting theater of the capital. Now the refuge had a perimeter. The gates were watched. Guards controlled movement. Rooms that had once promised privacy became part of a supervised existence. The family could still recognize the furniture, the corridors, the windows, the gardens beyond. But recognition did not comfort them in the same way. A home becomes something else when you cannot leave it. It becomes a polite prison. The shift was not only physical, it was psychological. One day, servants moved through the palace as part of imperial order. The next, every household routine carried the awareness that the old hierarchy had been reversed. The family remained addressed with a certain formal respect by some, but the atmosphere had changed. Authority no longer flowed outward from Nicholas. It pressed inward toward him. The former Tsar was now watched by men who, only weeks before, would have been expected to bow. For Nicholas, this was a strange reduction of life. The empire had become too large for him to govern well. Captivity made his world almost painfully small. He chopped wood, walked when permitted, read, spent time with his children, kept routines, and tried to carry himself with calm. There is something revealing in that. Nicholas often handled personal misfortune with more composure than political crisis. When the task was endurance, he knew how to behave. When the task was transformation, he had failed. Captivity asked him to endure. In that narrow sense, he was better suited to prison than to revolution. Alexandra's experience was different and more visibly strained. Her health was fragile. Her nerves had been worn down by years of anxiety, public hatred, war, Rasputin's death, her son's illness, and now the collapse of everything she had believed sacred. The palace that had sheltered her from society now exposed her to history. She had withdrawn from Russia, emotionally and socially, long before Russia withdrew its obedience from her. Now there was no withdrawal deep enough. The children, meanwhile, were passing through a bewildering education. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei had been raised inside one of the most unusual households in Europe. Royal, sheltered, affectionate, intensely religious, and far more enclosed than most people understood. They had known ceremony, yes, but also the small domestic world their parents created around them. Their lives were structured by lessons, family meals, walks, needlework, nursing duties during the war, religious observance, and the private language of siblings who had grown up under constant supervision. After the abdication, they had to learn new rules. Not the rules of etiquette, the rules of captivity. They learned where they could walk, which guards were hostile, which were sympathetic, what could be said aloud, what letters might be read, what requests would be refused. They learned that the family name, which had once opened every door in Russia, now closed nearly all of them. This is where the Romanov story becomes quieter, but not less important. The great public drama had already occurred. Revolution, abdication, the end of autocracy. Yet the moral weight of the story settles heavily in these months of confinement. We see the family not at the height of power, and not yet in the final horror, but in the suspended middle, stripped of authority, not yet stripped of hope. And hope, in captivity, can be both mercy and torment. At first, the Romanovs could imagine possible futures. Perhaps they might be sent abroad. Perhaps Britain, where Nicholas had royal relatives, might receive them. Perhaps the provisional government would find a safe arrangement. Perhaps the revolution would settle into something moderate. Perhaps Russia, having removed Nicholas from the throne, would no longer need to punish his family. Each possibility had just enough logic to remain alive. None had enough strength to rescue them. The provisional government, led for much of this period by men trying to balance liberal hopes, revolutionary pressure, wartime chaos, and public anger, faced an impossible problem in the Romanovs. Allowing the family too much freedom risked outrage from the left and suspicion from workers and soldiers. Treating them too harshly risked appearing vindictive or uncivilized, especially to foreign governments. Sending them abroad required international agreement and domestic political courage. Keeping them in Russia meant guarding a symbol that every faction could interpret differently. To monarchists, the family might still represent restoration. To radicals, they represented centuries of oppression. To moderates, they were a problem to be managed. To foreign courts, they were relatives wrapped in danger. To themselves, they were a family trying to remain intact. That last perspective matters, because captivity did not erase their inner life. The Romanovs continued to pray. They kept diaries. They read. They marked birthdays. They tended to illness. They tried, with a kind of stubborn dignity, to preserve routine. Routine became a defense against humiliation. If the day could be arranged, if lessons could continue, if tea could be served, if a walk could be taken, then perhaps the world had not entirely dissolved. Routine is one of the most underrated forms of resistance. Not political resistance in this case. The Romanovs were not organizing from within the palace. Their routines were emotional resistance, a way of saying that captivity could control movement, but not completely define the soul. Nicholas chopping wood was not a strategy. Alexandra praying was not a policy. The daughters continuing their domestic tasks did not change the revolution outside. But these things preserved a sense of personhood when public identity had been violently stripped away. Still, dignity had limits. Guards could be intrusive. The family's mail could be examined. The children were no longer shielded from rough language or resentment. The palace grounds were not a sanctuary, but an enclosure. Every kindness from a guard mattered because unkindness was always possible. Every small permission reminded them that permission was now required. For people born into command, dependence can be more disorienting than discomfort. This reversal also exposed something the Romanovs had rarely had to face directly: how intensely they were hated by some of their former subjects, not merely criticized, hated. The anger that reached them in captivity was not always informed, fair, or proportionate, but it was real. It came from war grief, poverty, propaganda, memory of repression, hatred of privilege, resentment of Alexandra, disgust with Rasputin, and the long habit of blaming the sovereign for the suffering of the people. Nicholas and Alexandra had spent years interpreting opposition as disloyalty, manipulation, or moral disorder. Now opposition stood outside their windows with rifles. There is no sign that captivity produced in them a full political awakening. Nicholas remained, in many ways, Nicholas, pious, resigned, attached to family, capable of personal courtesy, limited in political imagination. Alexandra remained devout, proud, wounded, convinced of the righteousness of the world she had lost. They suffered. They endured. They did not become modern constitutional thinkers in prison. History rarely grants that kind of tidy transformation. And perhaps this is why their captivity is so revealing. It humanizes them without necessarily changing our judgment. We can feel the sorrow of a father separated from power and still remember the failures of his reign. We can pity Alexandra's fear and still see the damage done by her rigidity. We can recognize the innocence of the children without turning the monarchy they embodied into something innocent. The palace prison forces two truths to share the same room. The Romanovs were vulnerable human beings, and they were also the living remains of an autocratic system that had caused immense suffering. Revolution does not always distinguish cleanly between those truths. In public, debate continued over what should be done with them. In private, the family waited. Waiting became the shape of life. Waiting for news, waiting for decisions, waiting for illness to pass, waiting for permission, waiting for letters, waiting to learn whether exile would come, waiting to discover whether the country outside still had room for them alive. There were moments of tenderness that make the later story harder to bear. The sisters caring for one another, Nicholas spending time with Alexei, Alexandra writing and praying through pain, the household trying to celebrate small occasions under guard. These details do not change the political meaning of the Romanovs, but they do change the emotional scale. They remind us that historical symbols still brush their hair, worry over fevers, mend clothes, and notice the weather. By summer, the situation had grown more uncertain. Russia's political climate was shifting. The provisional government was under pressure from the left and the right. The war continued to poison everything. The capital was unstable. Keeping the Romanovs so near Petrograd began to seem dangerous. If unrest intensified, the family could become a target. If monarchist plots emerged, they could become a prize. If the government appeared too protective, it could lose credibility with revolutionary forces. The solution was distance. The family would be moved east, away from the capital, away from the immediate heat of Petrograd politics, into Siberia. The destination was Tobolsk, a provincial town that seemed, for the moment, safer and quieter. It was not chosen as a place of execution. Not yet. It was chosen as a place of removal, a place where the Romanovs could be watched without being constantly visible. In the logic of the time, this may have seemed humane, or at least practical. But every removal narrowed their world. First, they lost the empire, then the throne, then freedom inside their own palace. Now they would lose even the familiar walls of Tsarskoye Selo. The move to Siberia marked a subtle but decisive turn. The Romanovs were no longer simply former rulers being held at a royal residence. They were movable prisoners, objects of state concern, carried from one jurisdiction to another as Russia itself became more unstable. Their fate was no longer anchored by home, court, or capital. It was being transferred into the uncertainty of revolution. The Alexander Palace had held their memories. Tobolsk would hold their waiting. And beyond Tobolsk, though they could not know it yet, the road would continue to narrow, mile by mile, guard by guard, decision by decision, until the family that once lived at the center of Russia found itself almost completely removed from the world, watched over by men who no longer saw a fallen dynasty, but a danger that had to be contained. The journey to Tobolsk carried the Romanovs away from the capital, but not away from history. That distinction mattered. To anyone looking only at a map, Siberia suggested distance, snow, exile, the old imperial language of punishment and removal. Russia had spent generations sending unwanted people eastward. Revolutionaries, criminals, political prisoners, religious dissenters, men and women the state preferred to place beyond the easy reach of sympathy. Now the road turned in the other direction of meaning. The family that had ruled over exile was being sent into it. There was an irony there too sharp for even history to miss. But Tobolsk, when they arrived, was not yet the final darkness of the Romanov story. It was quieter than Petrograd, less politically feverish, removed from the immediate roar of the revolution. It offered for a time a strange pause. The family was housed in the former governor's mansion. They remained guarded, watched, restricted, and dependent on the decisions of others. But the atmosphere was not yet as brutal as it would become later. Compared with what awaited them in Yekaterinburg, Tobolsk could almost appear gentle. Almost. Captivity has degrees, and human beings are very good at adjusting to smaller cages when larger ones are taken away. At Tobolsk, the Romanovs tried again to build routine. Nicholas read, walked, chopped wood, wrote in his diary, and spent time with his children. Alexandra continued to struggle with health and nerves, but also with faith, letters, and the emotional work of holding the family's inner world together. The daughters helped with household tasks. Alexei, when his condition allowed, tried to live as a boy rather than as the fragile center of dynastic anxiety. There were lessons. There were prayers. There were meals. There were small observances of family life that might seem ordinary until one remembers the guards. The town around them was provincial, slower, and in certain ways less hostile than the capital. Curious locals watched. Rumors circulated. Some people felt pity. Others felt anger. Many likely felt the complicated fascination that follows fallen greatness. The Romanovs were no longer majestic, but they were still not ordinary. Their presence turned Tobolsk into a kind of waiting room for the unresolved question of Russia itself. What should be done with the past when it is still alive? Eating breakfast under guard. The family's life there had moments of genuine calm. That calm can be misleading if we view it only through the knowledge of what came after. It was not safety. It was suspension. The Romanovs were held in a pocket of time, while the country beyond them changed with alarming speed. They could mark the days, but they could not control the calendar that mattered. the political calendar of revolution. Outside Tobolsk, Russia was becoming more violent and less predictable. The provisional government had failed to end the war, failed to solve the land question, failed to create durable authority, and failed to satisfy the forces that February had unleashed. In October 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd. This changed the meaning of Romanov captivity completely. Under the provisional government, the family had been former rulers held by a nervous, unstable, but still somewhat cautious authority. Under the Bolsheviks, they became prisoners of a revolutionary movement that understood symbolism with ruthless clarity. The Romanovs were no longer just a burden. They were a threat. Not because Nicholas had armies at his command. He did not. Not because Alexandra could still influence ministers. That world was gone. Not because the children had committed political acts. They had not. The danger lay in what the family could be made to represent. In a country sliding towards civil war, symbols are not passive. A name can gather men. A photograph can become a banner. A rumor of rescue can become a cause. The Bolsheviks knew this. Their enemies knew it too. At Tobolsk, news arrived unevenly. The family heard fragments of events, some accurate, some distorted, some delayed by distance and censorship. This partial knowledge was its own form of torment. They knew enough to understand that Russia was changing again, but not enough to see exactly what it meant for them. Hope did not disappear at once. It thinned. That is often how hope dies in captivity. Not dramatically, not in one announcement, but through a series of smaller revisions. A letter does not come. A guard grows colder. A privilege is removed. A rumor of transfer spreads. Money becomes tighter. Former protections fade. The people in charge change their tone. The future, once a set of possible exits, becomes a corridor with fewer doors. For the Romanovs, Tobolsk was filled with this narrowing. They still had some contact with loyal servants and supporters. They still had religious observances. They still had the emotional discipline of family life. But the outer ring was tightening. Bolshevik authority, though uneven across Russia, was hardening in principle. The language surrounding former imperial power became less ambiguous. The revolution was no longer merely removing the old regime. It was preparing to defend itself against anyone who might restore it. And civil war was beginning to give that fear a military shape. This is the point where the Romanovs' fate becomes inseparable from the wider violence of Russia. Their story is intimate because we follow a family through rooms, meals, illnesses, and prayers. But it is also vast because every decision about them was affected by armies, party committees, local officials, railway routes, foreign war, class hatred, and the terror of counter-revolution. Their captivity was domestic on the inside and geopolitical on the outside. A child might be doing lessons in one room while men hundreds of miles away argued about whether the family could become a rallying point. That is the peculiar cruelty of symbolic imprisonment. The prisoners live one day at a time. The authorities imagine what might happen if the prisoners were used by someone else. Nicholas seems to have remained largely resigned. His diaries from captivity often strike readers by their plainness, sometimes almost painfully so. Weather, walks, reading, illness, family details. The language rarely rises to match the scale of his fall. Some interpret this as spiritual discipline. Others see a limited imagination. Perhaps it was both. He had always found refuge in routine, and routine now became almost the last form of control left to him. Alexandra's faith also remained central. Whatever else one thinks of her, she did not abandon the religious framework through which she understood suffering. If anything, captivity intensified it. To her, humiliation could be endured if given sacred meaning. The family could be stripped of power and still remain inwardly bound to God, to one another, and to the memory of their calling. This belief gave her strength, but it also kept her from seeing how completely the political universe had changed. The children adapted because children often do, though adaptation should not be mistaken for ease. The daughters had already lived unusually enclosed lives. Tobolsk made that enclosure formal. They helped, read, sewed, wrote, cared for Alexei, and maintained the habits of a family raised to find purpose in duty. Anastasia's high spirits, Maria's warmth, Tatiana's discipline, Olga's seriousness. These qualities appear in many recollections, though any portrait of them must be handled with care. Later memory has softened them into near myth. They were young women under guard, not icons made of porcelain. Alexei's illness remained a constant concern. In a freer life, hemophilia had already governed the household. In captivity, it became more dangerous because every medical need depended on permissions, supplies, timing, and the goodwill or competence of others. A sick heir was politically dangerous in theory, but physically vulnerable in the most ordinary sense. His body did not care that Russia was in revolution. It simply continued to be fragile. And that fragility affected events. When orders came in 1918 to move Nicholas away from Tobolsk, Alexei's health complicated the transfer. The boy was too ill to travel at first, which meant the family was divided. Nicholas, Alexandra, and Maria left ahead of the others. Olga, Tatiana, Anastasia, and Alexei remained temporarily behind before being brought later. This separation was brief in the larger timeline, but emotionally severe. For a family that had clung to togetherness as its last defense, even temporary division felt like a violation. The destination was Yekaterinburg. That name now carries the weight of the ending. But for the family at the time, it was another removal, another uncertainty, another narrowing of the map. Yekaterinburg was not Tobolsk. It was more industrial, more politically charged, and under harder Bolshevik control. The mood awaiting them there would be sharper, more hostile, less willing to preserve the courtesies that had softened earlier confinement. The transfer revealed the changing nature of their captivity. Under the old arrangement, they had been guarded former sovereigns in distant exile. By 1918, they were becoming revolutionary prisoners in a civil war zone. The language around them grew harsher. Their possessions, movements, and communications became more tightly controlled. The local authorities, who would soon hold them, were not interested in preserving imperial dignity. In some cases, they seemed intent on dismantling it deliberately. This was not just practical security. It was symbolic punishment. Every insult, every restriction, every rough handling of property, every refusal of courtesy announced that the old hierarchy had been overturned. The Romanovs were to feel it. The guards were to feel it too. A revolution does not only change laws, it changes posture. Men who once would have lowered their eyes now stared. Orders moved in the opposite direction. The former sacred family became subject to the suspicion of people who believed history had finally put rifles in the hands of the lower ranks. There is a human danger in telling this part of the story. One can become so focused on the family's humiliation that the larger suffering of Russia disappears. That would be dishonest. The anger directed at the Romanovs did not come from nowhere. It came from real oppression, real inequality, real grief, real failures of rule, and the violence of a system that had long treated many lives as expendable. But recognizing the causes of anger does not require romanticizing what anger does once it has power. Revolution can begin with justice and still produce cruelty. It can overthrow a brutal order and still become brutal in its own language. It can punish symbols because it cannot resurrect the dead. The Romanovs, by 1918, stood at the point where historical responsibility and human vulnerability collided. They represented an empire that had failed millions. They were also a family being moved from one guarded house to another, with a sick boy and frightened daughters. Both realities remain true. The road from Tobolsk to Yekaterinburg was therefore not just a physical journey, it was a change in moral weather. The air grew colder, not necessarily in temperature, but in intention. The pauses became shorter, the guards less deferential, the state less uncertain about whether the family should be protected, displayed, hidden, or erased. The possibility of foreign exile, once faintly imaginable, faded into the noise of war and revolution. The possibility of rescue remained, but more as rumor than root. By the time the family was reunited in Yekaterinburg, their world had narrowed to a single house, a house with a high fence, a house with painted windows, a house renamed with grim bureaucratic efficiency, the house of special purpose. The phrase sounds almost dull until one lets it settle. Special purpose. Not a home, not a palace, not even merely a prison. A place prepared for an outcome not yet spoken aloud. Tobolsk had been waiting. Yekaterinburg would be compression. In Tobolsk, the Romanovs could still feel time passing in seasons, lessons, walks, and letters. In Yekaterinburg, time would become denser. The outside world would be reduced to footsteps, locks, guard shifts, shouted insults, and glimpses of a city they could no longer enter. They had once moved through an empire. Now they would measure existence by rooms. The road to Siberia had begun as removal from danger. It ended by delivering them deeper into it. And as Russia's civil war gathered force beyond the walls, the former imperial family approached the final enclosure of their lives, not with full knowledge, perhaps, but with the instinctive dread of people who can feel every door closing behind them. Yekaterinburg did not receive the Romanovs as fallen royalty. It received them as evidence. To the Bolshevik authorities in the Urals, the family was not a tragic household drifting through the wreckage of history. They were the living remains of the old order, dangerous not because they could govern, but because others might gather around them. Russia was no longer merely unstable. It was entering civil war. Anti-Bolshevik forces were active. Foreign armies had begun to appear in the wider conflict. Loyalties shifted by region, by regiment, by hunger, by fear. In such a world, a prisoner with a famous name could become more powerful in captivity than in office. The house chosen for them had belonged to Nikolai Ipatiev, an engineer. It stood in Yekaterinburg behind a high wooden fence that cut it off from the street and from curious eyes. The Bolsheviks gave it a title that seemed almost deliberately cold: the House of Special Purpose. It is one of those phrases history sometimes leaves behind, like a sealed envelope. At first hearing, it sounds bureaucratic, dry, even dull. But the dullness is the point. Bureaucratic language can make violence feel administrative before it becomes physical. A special purpose house does not need to explain itself. It only needs guards, rules, and people willing to follow orders when the purpose finally arrives. Inside, the Romanovs' captivity became harsher. The rooms were limited. The windows were covered or painted so the family could not look freely outside. Their movement was restricted. Their belongings were searched. Privacy shrank. Guards came close, not with the old nervous respect of palace staff, but with the rough confidence of men who understood that history had reversed the direction of command. The family who had once been approached through layers of protocol now had to ask permission for ordinary needs. For the Romanovs, this was not simply discomfort. It was deliberate humiliation. The guards watched them at meals. They intruded on routines. Some wrote vulgar remarks on walls or behaved with open contempt. There were moments of cruelty, moments of petty power, moments when the former sacred aura of the imperial family was not merely ignored, but actively scraped away. The message was clear enough. The old world was over, and everyone in the house was expected to feel it. Nicholas, as before, retreated into routine. He read, walked when allowed, and tried to maintain a calm exterior. In captivity, his discipline had a kind of stubborn grace. It is possible to admire that without forgetting why he was there. Nicholas had been a failed ruler, but in these final months, he was also a man trying to keep his family from seeing fear take full possession of him. Alexandra endured the house with a more visible sense of suffering. Her body was weak, her nerves strained, her faith intense. She had spent much of her life defending walls, walls around her family, walls around her son's illness, walls around the sacred idea of autocracy. Now she lived behind walls built by enemies, and they did not protect her. They displayed her captivity. The daughters lived in a suspended state between youth and dread. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia were no longer children in any simple sense, but neither had they been allowed the ordinary independence of adulthood. They had grown up inside an imperial family that treated closeness almost as a form of safety. In Yekaterinburg, that closeness became their last possession. They shared rooms, tasks, discomfort, and uncertainty. Their world had contracted until sisterhood itself became a shelter. Alexei's condition made everything more fragile. His hemophilia had shaped the Romanov household for years, and in the house of special purpose, it remained a quiet tyrant of its own. The boy was often unwell, sometimes unable to walk normally, dependent on others in ways that must have sharpened the family's helplessness. Nicholas carrying him was not only a father's act of care, it was an image of the dynasty itself. The former Tsar holding the wounded future in his arms, unable to heal it, unable to set it down. Servants remained with them too, and their presence deserves more than a passing glance. The final Romanov story is often told as if only the imperial family occupied the house, but loyal attendants shared the danger. They had no crown to lose, no throne to symbolize, no sacred bloodline to preserve. What they had was attachment, duty, employment, faith, or perhaps simply the inability to abandon people they had served through collapse. History sometimes remembers servants only when they die near famous people. That is a failure of attention. Their choice to remain close to the family placed them inside the same narrowing circle. Life in the house was governed by small rules that carried large meaning. A door left open or closed, a guard's tone, a walk shortened, a letter withheld, a request delayed. Captivity is often built from fragments. To the free person, a locked gate is the obvious symbol. To the prisoner, the deeper injury is repetition, the knowledge that every ordinary act must pass through another person's power. The Romanovs did not need to be beaten every day to understand that they had been reduced. The house itself taught the lesson. And yet, the family tried to preserve dignity. This is not a romantic invention. It was one of the habits that remained available to them. They prayed. They observed routines. They spoke quietly. They kept themselves as orderly as conditions allowed. They did not fully know what would happen, but they understood enough to fear the direction of events. There were rumors of transfer, rumors of trial, rumors of rescue, rumors from the front. The city beyond the fence was not simply a city. It was a moving storm of revolutionary authority, military danger, local suspicion, and class revenge. The guards also lived inside that storm. It is easy to imagine them as a single mass of cruelty, but they were not all identical. Some were coarse, some ideological, some nervous, some merely obedient, some perhaps curious or conflicted. Revolutionary violence often depends not on everyone being fanatical, but on enough people accepting the logic of the moment. Once prisoners have been defined as symbols, it becomes easier to treat them as less than persons. Easier, but not inevitable. That distinction matters. The house of special purpose was a place where language did moral work. The Romanovs were not described as a family in distress. They were the former Tsar, the Romanovs, the prisoners, representatives of a hated class. Such words create distance. Distance makes harshness easier, and harshness, repeated daily, prepares people for decisions they might once have considered unthinkable. Outside the house, the military situation worsened for the Bolsheviks in the region. Anti-Bolshevik forces, including the Czechoslovak Legion and other white-aligned groups, were moving closer to Yekaterinburg. The city became more anxious. The Romanovs' presence, already inconvenient, now seemed dangerous in a more immediate way. If opposing forces took the city and found Nicholas alive, what then? Could he be used as a rallying point? Could his son? Could the daughters? Could even their bodies, if dead, become relics of counter-revolution? Revolutions fear symbols because they understand them. The Bolsheviks had built power partly through words, images, slogans, martyrs, and the disciplined transformation of grievance into political force. They knew that monarchy, too, had its own symbolic language. A captured czar could be tried, displayed, exchanged, rescued, or mythologized. A dead czar could also be mythologized, but he could not issue a proclamation, father a restoration, or appear before troops as a living banner. This was the brutal calculation beginning to close around the house. Still, it would be misleading to suggest that every detail was clear in advance. The exact chains of command, the timing of decisions, and the relationship between local and central Bolshevik authorities have been discussed and debated by historians. What is clear is the context. Yekaterinburg was under pressure. Civil war was intensifying, and the Romanovs were increasingly viewed not as prisoners to be managed indefinitely, but as a problem that might soon become uncontrollable. The family sensed danger, but not necessarily the final form it would take. That is one of the most haunting aspects of their last weeks. They had lived through abdication, confinement, exile, separation, transfer, insult, and fear. Each stage had been worse than the last, but each had also continued into another day. Human beings adapt even to dread. The Romanovs may have feared trial, harsher imprisonment, further movement, perhaps death. But fear does not always arrive with a clear shape. Sometimes it is only a pressure in the room, a change in the guards' faces, a tone that does not soften anymore. The house became a chamber of waiting. Not peaceful waiting, as in Tobolsk, compressed waiting, the kind in which each sound is evaluated. Footsteps in the corridor, a vehicle outside, voices below, the scrape of a chair, a key turning, a command given too late at night. The family had been trained by months of captivity to listen. By Yekaterinburg, listening itself must have become exhausting, and the outside world did not stop moving. Russia was tearing itself apart. The Bolsheviks were fighting to survive. Their enemies were advancing. Foreign governments hesitated, calculated, or failed to act decisively. Monarchist rescue hopes existed in rumor and in fragments, but hope was not the same as logistics. Every practical route out of the house required timing, courage, coordination, and luck. The Romanovs had very little of any of these left. Their tragedy in Yekaterinburg was not only that they were hated, it was that they had become inconvenient to everyone powerful enough to matter. The Bolsheviks feared their rescue. Foreign relatives feared political consequences. Moderate forces had already failed to remove them from danger. Monarchists lacked the reach to save them in time. The family's identity, once the source of their protection, had become the reason no simple mercy could surround them. They could not be ignored. They could not be normalized. They could not be made ordinary. The house of special purpose existed for people who could not be allowed to belong to the future. The days passed under that logic. The Romanovs prayed, read, mended clothes, cared for Alexei, endured the guards, and waited for decisions made beyond the rooms they occupied. Perhaps they still imagined that somewhere, someone was negotiating. Perhaps they believed God's will would be revealed through suffering. Perhaps Nicholas, with his habit of resignation, accepted each day as it came because there was no other method left. Perhaps the daughters whispered among themselves with the strange mixture of fear and boredom that captivity produces. No one in that house could see the full machinery around them. They could only feel its tightening. A dynasty that once stretched across maps had been reduced to a guarded address in an industrial city. The imperial family that once appeared on balconies, in processions, in official portraits, now existed behind covered windows. Their names still carried historical weight, but their bodies lived under the authority of men with rifles and keys. The Romanovs had become both less than they had ever been, and more dangerous than ever to those who feared what they represented. That contradiction defined Yekaterinburg. They were powerless. They were threatening. They were humiliated. They were symbolic. They were a family. They were a problem. And in the house of special purpose, problems were not meant to remain unresolved for long. In stories like this, rescue often arrives before fact. It appears in whispers, in half-remembered plans, in men who claimed they were close to acting, in letters that seemed to promise movement but never produce it, in later memoirs where courage becomes clearer with distance. The Romanovs, trapped in Yekaterinburg, were surrounded not only by guards and walls, but by the idea that someone, somewhere, might still come for them. That idea is powerful. It is also dangerous. A rescue plan in history can mean many things. It can mean a real operation with names, routes, weapons, contacts, and a timetable. It can mean a conversation between frightened loyalists. It can mean a wish dressed as a plan. It can mean a rumor spread by people who wanted the family to keep hope alive. It can mean an invention after the fact, created because the alternative, that no one came, feels too cruel to accept. For the Romanovs, all of these possibilities hovered at the edge of their captivity. They had relatives abroad. They had former servants, officers, monarchists, sympathizers, and foreign observers who worried about their fate. They had people who remembered the old oaths of loyalty and believed that abandoning the imperial family was an unforgivable stain. The idea of rescue was not absurd in the abstract. Russia was in chaos. Borders were unstable. Armies were moving. Governments were improvising. In such conditions, improbable things can happen. But improbable is not the same as prepared. The great obstacle was not only will, it was reality. To remove the Romanovs from Yekaterinburg would have required reliable intelligence, trusted local contacts, transport, armed support, secrecy, timing, and a destination that could actually receive them. Every one of these steps was difficult. Together, they bordered on impossible, especially as Bolshevik control hardened around the family and civil war transformed the region into a military emergency. A sentimental rescue could be imagined from a drawing room. A real rescue had to pass through checkpoints. This is where the story becomes less romantic and more painful. The Romanovs were not abandoned because absolutely no one cared. They were abandoned because care without power is mostly grief. Monarchists might hope. Foreign relatives might worry. Diplomats might discuss. Sympathetic officials might hesitate. But none of that became a force strong enough to open the doors of the House of Special Purpose. The family's foreign connections have long attracted attention, especially the question of whether they might have been taken to Britain. Nicholas and King George V were cousins, and the resemblance between the two men has become one of those visual details that history loves. Two bearded royal cousins, one secure on a constitutional throne, the other losing an autocracy in a collapsing empire. There were discussions about asylum earlier in the Romanovs' captivity, but the political situation was delicate, and British willingness was not simple or steady. Public opinion, wartime pressures, fear of importing revolutionary controversy, and the changing situation in Russia all mattered. The result was hesitation, and hesitation in 1917 and 1918 could be fatal. It is too easy, later, to point at foreign courts and ask why they did not simply save them. The question is morally understandable. It is also historically incomplete. Monarchs did not operate in fairy tales where a cousin's word could summon a ship and safe passage across a continent at war. Governments had cabinets, publics, alliances, military problems, and their own fears of unrest. Sympathy for the Romanovs existed, but sympathy had to compete with politics. Politics usually travels with heavier luggage. Still, the failure to remove the family from Russia remains one of the central lost chances in the Romanov story. Earlier, under the provisional government, exile might have been imaginable. Later, under Bolshevik control and Civil War pressure, the window narrowed dramatically. By the time they were in Yekaterinburg, the question was no longer simply whether a foreign country would accept them. It was whether anyone could physically get them out. That was a different problem. There were also monarchist hopes inside Russia. Former officers, loyalists, and anti-Bolshevik forces had reason to value the Romanovs, especially Nicholas and Alexei, as potential symbols. But here, too, the evidence must be handled carefully. Some accounts of organized rescue efforts are fragmentary, disputed, or shaped by later recollections. Specific claims about secret monarchist plots, precise contacts inside the Ipatiev house, or near-successful operations should be treated with caution. What can be said with more confidence is that hope existed, and that hope did not become rescue. The distance between those two facts is the space in which much of the Romanov myth grew. The family themselves may have received hints, rumors, or coded suggestions that help might come. Captives often become experts in interpreting fragments. A guard's remark, a letter delayed, a change in tone, a distant sound in the street. Anything can become evidence when the future is hidden. It is possible that the Romanovs allowed themselves moments of expectation. It is also possible that after so many disappointments, they had learned not to trust hope too openly. Hope under guard becomes something private and cautious. One can imagine Nicholas responding with resignation, Alexandra with prayer, the daughters with whispered speculation, and Alexei with the half-understanding of a sick boy who had already lived through too many adult anxieties. But we should be careful. To imagine is not to know. The surviving record gives us glimpses, not access to every thought in those rooms. What we know is that no one came in time, and outside the house, events were moving faster than rescue. The advance of anti-Bolshevik forces toward Yekaterinburg made the family's situation more urgent and more dangerous. To those who wanted to save them, the advance might have seemed like approaching deliverance. To the Bolsheviks holding them, it looked like the worst possible pressure. If the city fell while the Romanovs were still alive, the prisoners could become a prize, a banner, a legal problem, or a political weapon. This is the brutal paradox of rescue. The closer help appears, the more dangerous the captive may become. Every mile gained by anti-Bolshevik forces may have shortened the Romanovs' remaining time, not because those forces intended harm to them, but because their approach forced the question in Yekaterinburg into a harsher form. The authorities could no longer assume they had the luxury of indefinite imprisonment. They had to decide whether to move the family, try them, hold them, or eliminate the risk completely. Moving them was not simple. The region was unstable. Transport was difficult. The family included a sick boy and several women. Any transfer could be attacked, delayed, or exposed. A public trial might create propaganda value, but also danger. Continued imprisonment risked capture. Release was unthinkable to the Bolsheviks. In this shrinking set of options, violence began to look, to revolutionary authorities, like efficiency. That word is cold. It belongs here. Political killing often hides behind the language of necessity. The Romanovs were not killed because every other option was physically impossible in some absolute sense. They were killed because, within the fear, ideology, haste, and military pressure of the moment, those in power came to treat their deaths as the simplest solution to a symbolic problem. Before that final decision, however, the family existed in a gray zone of expectation. The house of special purpose was guarded, but the outside world kept pressing against it. The guards heard rumors. Local officials heard reports from the front. Bolshevik leaders weighed risk. Anti-Bolshevik forces moved closer. Former imperial loyalists hoped the walls would not hold much longer. Everyone understood the house mattered. No one could agree, in time, on a way to empty it without blood. Foreign hesitation adds another layer of sorrow. The Romanovs belonged to a network of European royalty. A web of cousins, marriages, shared ceremonies, and dynastic memory. Before the war, that web had made monarchy appear international, almost familial across borders. But when crisis came, family feeling could not overcome national interest, public pressure, logistics, and fear. Royal kinship, so impressive in photographs, proved weaker than a railway under hostile control. There is a lesson in that, and it is not only about the Romanovs. Elites often mistake connection for protection. They assume that because people dine together, write to one another, and share ancestry, they will act decisively when danger arrives. But social closeness is not the same as political capacity. The Romanovs had relatives across Europe. What they needed was an escape route. They did not get one. The rescue legends that followed the murders are understandable. They soften the unbearable by suggesting that history almost turned aside. They let later generations imagine a knock at the right door, a train arranged in secret, a guard bribed, a loyal officer arriving minutes sooner. They create drama where the record often gives us paralysis. In some cases, they may preserve traces of real efforts that failed. In others, they reveal the emotional need to believe the family was not simply left to the machinery around them. The evidence is uneven, and that unevenness should not be smoothed away for the sake of storytelling. Some rescue claims remain disputed. Some were likely exaggerated later. Some may have been sincere but impractical. Some may have been known only in fragments to people who lacked the means to act. What matters is that by July 1918, hope had become thinner than fear. Inside the Ipatiev house, the family's routines continued, but the walls seemed to carry the pressure of events beyond them. The guards were not merely watching prisoners now. They were holding a symbol while an enemy advanced. That changes the mood of any prison. A captive who might be forgotten can sometimes survive through neglect. A captive who becomes urgent is in much greater danger. The Romanovs were becoming urgent. There is a particular loneliness in being almost rescued. Whether or not the family knew how close anti-Bolshevik forces were, later history has placed that knowledge beside their final days. We see the map. We see the approaching armies. We see the narrowing gap between possible liberation and murder. We want time to bend. It does not. History is not a melodrama written to reward timing. Sometimes the rescuers are near, but not near enough. Sometimes the people with sympathy lack authority. Sometimes the people with authority lack courage. Sometimes those with courage lack access. And sometimes a locked house remains locked until the decision inside it no longer needs a key. By mid-July, the question of rescue was giving way to the question of prevention. The Bolsheviks in Yekaterinburg did not want the Romanovs to become living trophies for their enemies. They did not want Nicholas restored, displayed, or used. They did not want Alexei turned into a dynastic symbol. They did not want the daughters or Alexandra becoming bargaining pieces or martyrs in the hands of opponents. In the atmosphere of civil war, even mercy could be interpreted as negligence. That is how fear becomes policy. And once fear becomes policy, human beings are reduced to risks. The Romanovs had been many things: rulers, parents, children, patients, believers, prisoners. In the eyes of those deciding their fate, those identities mattered less than the danger attached to their name. The family could pray. They could wait. They could hope for rescue. They could endure indignity with composure. None of it answered the calculation forming around them. A living Romanov might be used. A dead Romanov could not be rescued. That was the logic moving through the shadows beyond their rooms. It was not noble. It was not inevitable in some cosmic sense. It was not clean. It was a decision shaped by panic, ideology, military pressure, and the revolutionary habit of treating symbols as enemies with bodies attached. The vanishing of hope did not make a sound loud enough to be recorded. There was no single moment when every door closed at once. The doors had been closing for months. Tsarskoye Selo, Tobolsk, Yekaterinburg, the fence, the painted windows, the tightening guards, the advancing front, the failed asylum, the uncertain plots, the relatives who did not act in time, the loyalists who could not reach them, the authorities who no longer wanted delay. Rescue remained possible only in the way dreams remain possible just before waking. Then the dream broke, and the people holding the keys began to prepare for a different kind of ending. The decision did not begin with a dramatic speech. It began with pressure. By July 1918, Yekaterinburg was no longer just a place of imprisonment. It was a city under threat, a city held by Bolshevik forces while anti-Bolshevik troops advanced through the Urals. The Russian Civil War was still taking shape, but already it had the character that would define it. Confusion, brutality, shifting fronts, ideological certainty, and fear moving faster than confirmed information. Inside that atmosphere, the Romanovs became more dangerous by remaining alive. Not dangerous in the practical sense that Nicholas could command armies from behind painted windows. He could not. His authority as ruler was gone. He had no ministers, no court, no functioning party of restoration under his direction. His son was ill. His daughters were prisoners. Alexandra was exhausted and hated by those who still saw her as the symbol of a poisoned monarchy. But history does not only move through practical power, it moves through names. The name Romanov still carried enough force to matter. To the Bolsheviks, it carried the memory of autocracy, repression, imperial war, aristocratic privilege, religious authority, police power, and centuries of hierarchy. To their enemies, it could carry something very different: continuity, legitimacy, mourning, revenge, or simply a banner under which scattered opposition might gather. A living former Tsar was not merely a man in custody, he was a possibility. Revolutions fear possibilities. This fear was sharpened by the military situation. The Czechoslovak Legion and other anti-Bolshevik forces were moving toward Yekaterinburg. The city might fall. If it did, and if the Romanovs were found alive, the Bolsheviks would not only lose prisoners, they might hand their enemies a symbol powerful enough to complicate the entire struggle. Nicholas did not need to be a strong leader anymore. In civil war, the dead past can become useful even when its representatives are weak. That was the calculation. It was not the calculation of justice. It was not the calm judgment of a court. It was the thinking of men under revolutionary pressure, convinced that mercy towards symbols of the old order could become betrayal of the new one. Once that logic takes hold, a family can be transformed into a military problem. A child can become a future claimant. A former empress can become a source of rumor. A servant can become a witness who knows too much. This is where the story grows colder. The question was no longer whether the Romanovs were guilty of particular acts in the legal sense. Nicholas, as ruler, bore responsibility for the system he had defended. But the daughters had not ruled Russia. Alexei had not ruled Russia. The servants had not ruled Russia. The decision that formed around them was not precise justice distributed according to individual guilt. It was preventive violence aimed at a family name. The revolution had replaced biography with category. Former Tsar, former Empress, heir, Grand Duchesses, attendants. In ordinary moral language, those words describe people. In revolutionary emergency, they could be treated as risks. The exact path of the order has been one of the most examined and debated parts of the Romanov tragedy. Local Ural Bolshevik authorities played a central role. The broader Bolshevik leadership in Moscow has long been discussed in relation to the decision, with historians weighing available records, later statements, political responsibility, and the murky nature of command during civil war. The evidence is not always as complete as one might wish. Some claims have been sharpened by ideology, memory, or the need to assign guilt in a clean line. But the broader meaning is clear enough. The Romanovs were killed because the men holding them decided that their survival was too dangerous. That decision belonged to a world in which human life had been subordinated to political necessity. It is worth pausing over that phrase because political necessity has a way of making murder sound like bad weather. It suggests inevitability. It suggests a force beyond individual choice. It suggests that history itself required abasement, bullets, secrecy, and bodies hidden in the forest. History required no such thing. People chose it. They chose it under pressure, yes. They chose it in fear, yes. They chose it during civil war, surrounded by ideological hatred and military urgency. But pressure does not erase agency. Fear explains the decision. It does not cleanse it. The Bolshevik view of the Romanovs was shaped by the violence of the old regime and by the terror of counter-revolution. They believed they were fighting not a polite political contest, but a war for survival against forces that would crush them if given the chance. Many revolutionaries had known prison, exile, censorship, poverty, and state violence under the czars. Their hatred was not invented in a vacuum. It had roots. But hatred with roots can still bear poisoned fruit. By 1918, The language of class war made it easier to see the Romanovs not as a defeated family, but as a living concentration of historical crime. They were not merely Nicholas, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, Alexei, and those who served them. They were the autocracy. They were the old regime. They were the exploiters. They were, in the cold imagination of revolutionary violence, less a group of people than a problem inherited from centuries of suffering. Once a person becomes a symbol, killing them can be described as destroying an idea. But ideas do not bleed. People do. In the days before the execution, the practical atmosphere inside the Ipatiev house changed. The guards were tense. The city was under growing threat. Orders and messages moved between officials. Preparations were made with a mixture of secrecy and haste. The family was not told what was coming. That fact matters. Whatever political language surrounded the decision, the Romanovs were not brought into a court, confronted with evidence, or allowed to answer. They were managed as prisoners until the moment they were to be eliminated. This secrecy was not incidental. It was part of the act. A public trial would have produced testimony, spectacle, delay, and risk. It might have turned Nicholas into a figure on a stage. It might have allowed foreign governments or anti-Bolshevik forces to react. It might have exposed uncertainty in the revolutionary leadership. A secret execution avoided those complications. It was faster, quieter, and easier to deny or obscure afterward. The same secrecy that had surrounded the Romanovs in life now surrounded their destruction. There is a bleak symmetry in that. For years, the imperial household had hidden Alexei's illness, hidden its fears, hidden Rasputin's real importance behind curtains of silence. Now the new regime used silence for a different purpose. The Romanovs had once concealed weakness to protect power. The Bolsheviks concealed murder to protect revolution. Different causes, same instinct. Control the story before the world can see the truth. The men preparing the execution were not operating in some timeless moral void. They were specific people in a specific city, shaped by ideology, orders, local pressures, and the brutalizing atmosphere of civil conflict. Some were committed revolutionaries. Some were functionaries. Some were guards. Some may have felt the gravity of what was coming. Others may have reduced it in their minds to duty. Political murder often requires this narrowing of attention. The target must become a task, a list, a room, a time, a command. The Romanovs upstairs continued to live through their final hours without knowing they were final. That is one of the hardest parts of the story to accept. History gives us the date in advance. They did not have it. We see July 16th and July 17th as a border between life and death. For them, the day unfolded as another day in captivity, perhaps more tense, perhaps carrying signs they could not fully read, but still made of ordinary fragments. Meals, prayers, fatigue, Alexei's condition, the daughter's small routines, Nicholas's quiet entries and habits, Alexandra's pain. The family had been trained by imprisonment to accept instructions, even strange ones. If told to move, they moved. If told to wait, they waited. Captivity erodes the ability to challenge the frame of events. The guards control the doors, and therefore the explanations. The prisoners may doubt, fear, even suspect, but suspicion is not the same as knowledge. Meanwhile, Outside, anti-Bolshevik forces came closer. That approach is often remembered as a near rescue, and in a limited sense it was. But for the Romanovs, it functioned more like a tightening noose. The nearer their possible rescuers moved, the more urgent it became for the authorities in Yekaterinburg to prevent the family from falling into enemy hands. The advancing front did not open the house. It helped seal its fate. This is one of the cruelest ironies in the entire story. Help approached as danger. The decision in the shadows was brutal because it treated the future as something that had to be killed in advance. Not only Nicholas's future, Alexei's future, the daughter's futures, the servants' futures, any possible future in which the Romanovs might testify, escape, become symbols, or simply continue existing as unresolved remnants of the old world. The logic was total. That is why the killing extended beyond Nicholas. If the Bolsheviks had intended only to punish the former ruler, they might have killed him alone. If they had sought only to prevent his political restoration, they might still have spared the others. But monarchy is hereditary. Symbolism is hereditary too. Alexei, sick as he was, represented succession. The daughters represented dynastic blood and potential marriage alliances in the imagination of those who feared restoration. Alexandra represented hated influence, foreign suspicion, and the old court's inner world. The servants represented loyalty and witness. So the circle widened until almost no one inside it could be allowed to leave. This was not rage alone. Rage might have struck blindly and stopped. This was calculation shaped by rage, more chilling in some ways, because it could present itself as practical. The Ural authorities did not need to believe every monarchist hope was realistic. They only needed to believe that the risk was unacceptable. Civil war shrinks moral imagination. It makes future possibilities feel immediate. It turns might happen into must be prevented. It rewards severity and punishes hesitation. In such a climate, the Romanovs' continued breathing became, to their captors, an intolerable uncertainty. And uncertainty is something revolutions often try to execute. There is also a deeper psychological layer. The Romanovs' presence forced the revolution to look at what it had overthrown. Not an abstract system, but a family. Not a slogan, but a father carrying a sick son. Not a class enemy in theory, but young women who prayed, sewed, fell ill, and waited. That human reality complicated the purity of revolutionary hatred. One way to remove the complication was to redefine them completely as symbols. Another was to remove them physically. The house of special purpose became the place where both happened. The family was reduced to meaning. Then the meaning was sentenced. By the evening of July 16th, the machinery was moving. The Romanovs did not know the full truth, but their captors did. Weapons were ready. Men were chosen. A reason would be given to wake the family. The basement room would serve as the final stage, though not in any grand theatrical sense. It was a cramped, practical space, made suddenly enormous by what would happen inside it. There would be no imperial ceremony, no formal sentence read in a court, no public farewell, no final reconciliation between Russia and the family that had ruled it. Only a house under guard, a city under threat, and a decision made in the language of necessity. When we look back, the temptation is to see the Romanovs' deaths as the unavoidable final note of their reign. Autocracy led to revolution. Revolution led to imprisonment. Imprisonment led to execution. The line seems clean, but clean lines are often drawn afterward. At every stage, people made choices. Nicholas chose rigidity when reform might have preserved something. Alexandra chose isolation when trust was already failing. Ministers, generals, foreign governments, revolutionaries, guards, and officials all made choices under constraints they did not fully control. The basement was not destiny. It was consequence. And consequence is more frightening than destiny because it belongs to human hands. The order to execute the Romanovs emerged from a revolution that had learned to fear the past as an armed enemy. It emerged from civil war, from military urgency, from ideological certainty, from the practical terror that a living czar might be more useful to opponents than a dead one. It emerged from a political culture in which violence had already become a tool for settling historical accounts. But beneath all those forces, it still came down to a simple act of decision. Some men decided that a family would not see another dawn. Upstairs, the Romanovs waited inside the last night of their lives, not as rulers, not even fully as prisoners in the usual sense, but as people whose existence had been judged too dangerous for the world being born around them. The old empire had once claimed that the Romanovs were chosen by God to rule Russia. The revolution now claimed that Russia could not live while they remained. Between those two absolute beliefs, there was very little room left for mercy. And so, sometime after midnight, the house began to move. Sometime after midnight, the Romanovs were awakened. The explanation given to them was practical, almost believable. There was trouble in the city. It was unsafe upstairs. They needed to dress and come downstairs. In captivity, strange instructions had become part of life, and the family had learned that obedience was usually the only available response. So they dressed. Nicholas carried Alexei. That detail is difficult to pass over quickly. The former Tsar, once surrounded by military ceremony and imperial guards, came down into the lower part of the house with his sick son in his arms. Alexei could not move easily. His illness, which had shaped so many private decisions and public disasters, was still present at the end, not as metaphor, but as physical fact. A father carried a child because the child needed carrying. Behind them came Alexandra, weakened and pained, but still composed within the strict habits of her faith and rank. Then the daughters, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia. With them were the loyal attendants who had remained near the family into this final enclosure. Dr. Eugene Botkin, the maid Anna Demidova, the cook Ivan Karatonov, and the valet Alexei Troop. They were led to a basement room. It was not a grand room, not a chamber built for the weight of history. That is part of the horror. So many decisive human events occur in places that seem too small for them afterward. The room was plain, enclosed, functional. Chairs were brought for Alexandra and Alexei. The family arranged themselves, perhaps expecting to wait, perhaps expecting movement, perhaps irritated or uneasy, perhaps afraid in a way they could not name. They had been moved before. They had waited before. Captivity teaches people that the next indignity may be only another indignity. Then the armed men entered. What happened next should be told carefully, not because the violence was small, but because it was not. Sensational detail can make the victims vanish behind the mechanics of their deaths. And this story has already spent more than a century being pulled toward myth, rumor, and morbid fascination. The important truth is stark enough without decoration. The family was told that they were to be executed. Nicholas appears to have had only a moment to understand. Accounts differ in small details, as accounts of sudden violence often do, but the broad outline is clear. A sentence was announced. There was confusion. The shooting began. It was not clean. It was not efficient. It was not the swift, cold procedure that political language often imagines when it decides human beings must be removed. The room filled with noise, smoke, fear, and chaos. The killers had planned an execution, but planning does not make violence orderly. Bullets struck bodies, walls, furniture. Some of the victims did not die immediately. The daughter's clothing, into which jewels had reportedly been sewn for concealment, may have complicated the killing in ways that later fed grim and confused accounts. The room became a scene of panic as much as command. This is where restraint matters most. We do not need to linger over wounds to understand what happened. A family and their attendants were killed in a basement by men acting under revolutionary orders, in the belief that the survival of the Romanovs was too dangerous to permit. The victims had not been publicly tried. The children had not held power. The servants had chosen loyalty and were made to share its consequence. The old regime had committed violence in the name of order. The new regime committed violence in the name of revolution. The bodies on the floor did not make that distinction noble. For Nicholas, death came in the place where his authority had already been stripped away. There was no throne, no army, no church ceremony, no imperial proclamation. The man who had once signed decrees affecting millions died as a prisoner in a guarded house, hearing the sentence only moments before it was carried out. It is possible to see in this a brutal historical reversal. It is also possible to see something more human. A man with almost no time left to be anything except startled. Alexandra's end carried a different weight. She had spent years trying to protect the sacred inner circle of her family from a world she mistrusted. In the basement, that circle was broken by force. Her faith may have given her language for suffering, but no earthly protection from it. The suspicions that had gathered around her, German-born, isolated, devoted to Rasputin, resistant to reform, had become part of the atmosphere that made mercy seem unnecessary to her enemies and the children. Here the political explanation reaches its moral limit. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei were killed because of what they represented, what they might one day be used to represent, and what their blood meant in a hereditary monarchy. That is the logic. It can be described. It can be placed within civil war. It can be connected to fear of rescue, counter-revolution, and the brutal politics of symbolism. But explaining a logic is not the same as accepting it. The daughters had lived sheltered lives, shaped by duty, illness, war work, captivity, and family devotion. Alexei had been a sick boy whose body had carried the impossible burden of dynastic hope. None of that mattered in the final calculation. Hereditary monarchy had made birth political. Revolutionary fear made birth fatal. The attendants died because they were present, loyal, and inconvenient. Their deaths remind us that historical violence rarely stops neatly at the people named in the headline. Dr. Botkin had continued to care for the family. Demidova, Kharitonov and Trupp, had remained in service when service was no longer safe. They were not symbols on the same scale as the Romanovs, but they became part of the same secret. In that room, proximity became a sentence. After the first gunfire, the killing continued until no one remained alive. The exact sequence has been reconstructed through later testimony, investigation, forensic work, and comparison of accounts. Some details remain difficult, partly because those involved had reasons to hide, distort, or justify what they had done. Memory under guilt is not always a reliable archivist, but the central fact is not in doubt. In the early hours of July 17, 1918, Nicholas II, Alexandra, their 5 children, and 4 attendants were killed in the Ipatiev house. The house had gone from prison to execution site. The special purpose had been fulfilled. One of the most chilling aspects of the basement is its lack of grandeur. The Romanovs' world had been filled with symbols designed to make power visible. Crowns, icons, regiments, palaces, court uniforms, ceremonies, formal portraits, carefully staged processions. Their end had almost none of that. No crowd, no public judgment, no national confrontation. Only a cramped room, an order, and a concealed act that the killers then had to hide. This tells us something about revolutionary violence, but also about shame. Public executions are meant to display power. Secret executions often reveal anxiety. The Bolsheviks did not simply kill the Romanovs and immediately present every detail to the world. The act was hidden, blurred, and managed. There were political reasons for that, certainly, but concealment also suggests that even those who believed the killing necessary understood that the image of children and attendants murdered beside the former Tsar would not be easy to control. Symbols can turn against their makers. By killing the Romanovs, the Bolsheviks removed the possibility of a living dynastic rallying point. But they created something else. Dead Romanovs, surrounded by secrecy. That secrecy would prove almost as powerful as survival. It opened the door to rumors, denial, legends, false claimants, political accusation, religious memory, and decades of unresolved grief. The basement ended their lives, but it did not end their usefulness to history, myth, or politics. In fact, it may have ensured it. Had Nicholas been tried publicly, the story might have taken a different shape. Had the family been exiled, the monarchy might have faded into the melancholy afterlife of displaced dynasties. Had only Nicholas been killed, the moral debate would still be severe, but different. Instead, the entire family disappeared into a secret killing, and disappearance is one of the most fertile grounds for legend. The first silence after the gunfire was not peace. It was the beginning of concealment. The men in the basement had not only killed prisoners, they had created evidence. Bodies had to be moved. The room had to be cleaned. The city had to be told something, or not told enough. The approaching military threat still mattered. Time was short. The Romanovs, in death, remained dangerous objects requiring management. There is a final cruelty in that. Even after being stripped of throne, home, movement, privacy, dignity, and life, the family was not simply allowed to rest. Their bodies became part of another operation, another hurried plan, another sequence of orders shaped by fear. The violence did not end when the shooting stopped. It changed form. For years, the Romanovs had lived inside a system that turned people into ranks and symbols. In the basement, revolution did the same thing in reverse. It did not meet them as complex human beings. It met them as remnants, risks, and names to be erased. But human beings do not vanish so obediently. A lock can close, a gun can fire, a government can issue a denial. A grave can be hidden beneath earth and branches and false directions. Still, something remains. A question, a memory, a contradiction that refuses to stay buried. The Romanovs were killed because their captors feared what they might become if rescued. In death, they became something else entirely. A wound around which Russia and much of the world would continue to circle. The basement was meant to end the problem. Instead, it moved the problem underground. The killing was only the first secret. What followed was a second crime, less visible but essential to the first: the attempt to make the Romanovs disappear. The men responsible now faced a practical problem that every act of secret violence creates. Bodies are not ideas. They do not vanish because a committee wishes them gone. They are heavy, fragile, identifiable, and stubbornly real. They carry evidence. They demand time. They implicate anyone who moves them. The dead, in that sense, remain difficult witnesses. So the Romanovs and their attendants were removed from the Ipatiev house. The operation was rushed, tense, and imperfect from the beginning. The city was under threat. Anti-Bolshevik forces were approaching. The men involved had to move quickly while also concealing what had happened. It was dark, confused work, performed by people who needed secrecy more than they had prepared for it. The bodies were loaded and taken away from the house, out toward the forested areas beyond Yekaterinburg. There was no funeral, no priest, no family farewell, no public acknowledgement equal to the scale of the act. For centuries, the Romanovs had been buried with ceremony, surrounded by ritual and imperial meaning. Death, for a dynasty, was normally an event staged with architecture, liturgy, uniforms, and memory. Tombs told the living how to understand the dead. But here, the last imperial family was treated not as a dynasty to be mourned, not even as defeated enemies to be displayed, but as evidence to be destroyed. That tells us something important. The Bolsheviks had not only killed the Romanovs to prevent their rescue, they also feared the power of their remains. A living czar could become a rallying point, but a dead czar could become one too. A grave could become a shrine. A body could become proof. A photograph of the dead could become propaganda. A known burial site could gather grief, anger, reverence, or counter-revolutionary devotion. So the solution was concealment. But concealment rarely obeys the plan. The first attempts to dispose of the bodies were chaotic. The men involved searched for a place that would hide what had happened, and later accounts describe confusion, mechanical difficulty, and changes of plan. The bodies were taken toward mine shafts and forest roads, but the process did not unfold with the cold precision that conspiracy often imagines. This was not a perfectly designed vanishing. It was a hurried improvisation under pressure. That matters, because poor concealment helped create the mystery that followed. If the disposal had been clean, documented, and immediately confirmed, the Romanov afterlife might have been very different. Instead, secrecy mixed with incompetence. Orders mixed with panic. Physical evidence was hidden, moved, damaged, buried, and obscured. The result was not merely silence. It was uncertainty, and uncertainty is where legends learn to breathe. Some bodies were burned or otherwise damaged in an effort to prevent identification. The killers wanted to break the chain between the people who had lived in the Ipatiev house and whatever remains might later be found. Fire, acid, earth, and distance were used not only against flesh, but against recognition. The goal was to make the Romanovs historically unlocatable. It failed in the long run, but for decades, it worked well enough. The bodies were eventually buried in a concealed grave. The exact handling of the remains, the movement from one attempted disposal site to another, and the later recovery of evidence became the subject of investigation, testimony, dispute, and forensic reconstruction. The broad reality is clear. The murderers tried to hide the crime, and the hidden burial helped produce generations of rumor. Some fine details of the disposal have been debated or rely on accounts from participants whose motives were not always pure. Here, caution is not weakness. It is respect for the record. What we can say with confidence is that the Romanovs did not simply disappear because Russia forgot them. They disappeared because men worked to make them disappear. Back at the Ipatiev house, the physical signs also had to be managed. A basement room had been turned into the center of an event too large for its walls. There were marks, damage, traces. The house itself became dangerous. It had contained the living Romanovs. Now it contained evidence of the dead ones. Like the bodies, the room had to be controlled. Secret killings create a strange relationship between place and truth. The place knows before the public does. Walls hold marks, floors hold stains, doors remember movement. Of course, buildings do not literally testify, but investigators later read them almost as witnesses: a bullet mark, a repaired surface, an altered room. These become fragments of testimony when human witnesses lie, vanish, or contradict one another. The Bolsheviks announced Nicholas's death, but the fate of the rest of the family was obscured. This partial truth was one of the most damaging choices of all. If the entire family had been publicly confirmed dead immediately, grief and outrage would still have followed. But by withholding or clouding the full truth, the authorities created a space where denial could live, and denial was eager to move in. For many people, the idea that all the children had been killed was almost too much to accept. Anastasia, in particular, would later become the center of survival legends. But the emotional pattern began earlier than any famous claimant. People wanted to believe someone had escaped, because escape made the story less final. It allowed cruelty to miss at least once. It allowed history to leave one door open. A hidden grave is never just a grave. It is an invitation to rumor. In the years after the murders, uncertainty attached itself to every missing detail. If the bodies were not publicly shown, how could anyone be certain? If the government lied about part of the story, what else had it lied about? If witnesses disagreed, which version mattered? If the children were dead, where were they? If they were not dead, where had they gone? These questions were not foolish in the context of the time. The secrecy was real. The confusion was real. The authorities had every reason to manipulate information. Civil War Russia was filled with false reports, propaganda, forged documents, desperate journeys, and people living under assumed names. In such a world, survival rumors did not sound impossible to everyone. They sounded like one more strange possibility in a century already full of them. But possibility is not proof. This distinction would become crucial. The concealment of the Romanovs created a moral and historical wound. Families need graves. Societies need records. Even defeated enemies, if a state claims any dignity, should not be erased into mud and rumor. The refusal to acknowledge the dead fully meant that mourning had to proceed without certainty. For monarchists, relatives, former servants, and many ordinary believers, the absence of bodies kept the story suspended between horror and hope. The Bolsheviks may have intended secrecy as control. Instead, secrecy became a second life for the Romanovs. It allowed the family to haunt politics, memory, and imagination. Nicholas could be condemned as the failed autocrat, pitied as the murdered prisoner, venerated by some as a martyr, or used as a symbol of the old Russia, depending on who was telling the story. Alexandra could remain the hated empress of wartime rumor, or the suffering mother of a murdered household. The daughters could become almost spectral figures, forever young, forever possibly alive in the minds of those who resisted the official silence. Alexei could become not only the sick heir who died, but the lost child whose hidden illness had helped shape the dynasty's fate. A clean historical ending was impossible because the ending had been deliberately made unclean. There is also something psychologically revealing about the attempt to destroy the bodies. Political violence often imagines that killing a person is the same as ending their meaning. But bodies, especially hidden bodies, can acquire more power after death. Their absence demands explanation. Their recovery becomes a ritual of truth. Their identification becomes a confrontation with denial. The more effort spent erasing them, the more significant they become when found. The Romanovs were meant to be removed from history's usable surface. Instead, they sank into its deepest layers. For those who carried out the concealment, the immediate goal was survival and security. They did not know they were helping create one of the 20th century's most enduring historical mysteries. They were thinking of the city, the front, the orders, the risk of discovery, the need to prevent a counter-revolutionary relic. Yet their choices gave future decades exactly the ingredients from which legend is made. A murdered royal family, missing bodies, contradictory accounts, hidden jewels, rumors of escape, and a young daughter whose name could be turned into a question. Anastasia. The name would travel farther than the evidence for her survival ever did. But that comes later. In the immediate aftermath, the Romanovs were gone from the house, and Russia was still at war with itself. Yekaterinburg would fall to anti-Bolshevik forces not long after the execution. Investigators would enter the Ipatiev house and begin trying to reconstruct what had happened. They found traces, gathered testimony, searched the surrounding area, and tried to make sense of a crime designed to resist clarity. The first investigators did not have the tools later science would bring. They had fragments, rumors, physical traces, witness accounts, and the urgency of a political world eager to use the truth before the truth was complete. Their work mattered, but it also left room for uncertainty. Some conclusions would later be revised. Some evidence would be debated. Some questions would remain open for decades. That is how secrecy multiplies itself. A hidden act produces a damaged record. A damaged record produces competing interpretations. Competing interpretations produce myth. And myth, once loved, is harder to kill than a dynasty. The disposal of the Romanov bodies was not an afterthought to the execution. It was part of the same logic. The family had been killed because their living presence was dangerous. Their bodies were hidden because their dead presence was dangerous too. The revolution wanted to prevent the Romanovs from becoming a banner, a shrine, a legal case, a rallying cry, or a visible accusation. But history is not so easily managed. A basement can be cleaned. A grave can be disguised. A report can be phrased carefully. A government can deny, delay, or misdirect. Yet the absence remains, and absence has a voice of its own. For decades, that voice spoke through rumor. It spoke through mothers who imagined a daughter surviving, through exiles who searched faces in foreign cities, through claimants who stepped forward with stories, through investigators who returned to the forests, through scientists who would one day test bone against bloodline, through Russia itself, struggling across regimes to decide what the Romanovs had been. Criminals, victims, martyrs, relics, failures, or all of these at once. The attempt to hide the crime ensured that the crime would not stay still. The Romanovs' bodies were buried in secrecy, but their story escaped almost immediately. It moved through exile communities, court memories, revolutionary propaganda, anti-Bolshevik outrage, and eventually popular culture. The more the facts were obscured, the more people reached for narrative. That is a human instinct. Where evidence is missing, imagination brings furniture. Sometimes it brings comfort. Sometimes it brings fraud. Sometimes it brings a legend so vivid that even truth must fight to be heard. In the forest outside Yekaterinburg, the earth closed over the remains of a dynasty, but it did not close evenly. It left cracks in the record, in memory, in politics, in grief. Through those cracks came the ghosts of possible survival, the claims of missing daughters, the rumors of secret escape, the long work of recovery, and the uncomfortable knowledge that a modern state had tried to solve a political problem by hiding a family in the ground. The house of special purpose had gone quiet. The forest kept the secret. And because the secret was kept, the world did not stop asking what, exactly, had been buried. For decades, the Romanovs were not only dead, they were missing. That difference gave the story its afterlife. A confirmed death can become grief, politics, accusation, even worship. But a missing death becomes something stranger. It refuses to settle. It leaves room for a knock at the door, a face in a crowd, a woman with the right eyes, a scar, a memory, a language half remembered, a rumor carried from one exile community to another. The Romanovs did not vanish because they escaped. They vanished because their killers hid them well enough to make certainty arrive late. And into that delay stepped the ghosts. The most famous ghost was Anastasia. Her name became almost detached from the historical girl who had lived inside the Romanov family. Anastasia Nikolaevna, the youngest daughter, had been known within the household for energy, mischief, and sharp humor. Later, she became something larger and less real. The possible survivor, the lost princess, the one who slipped through the machinery of murder and carried imperial memory into hiding. It is important to understand why the Anastasia legend became so powerful. It was not only because people loved royal mysteries, though they certainly do. It was because her imagined survival answered an emotional need. If one daughter escaped, then the basement had failed to consume everything. If Anastasia lived, then the execution was not total. If she could be found, then history had left a secret mercy inside an act of cruelty. That idea was irresistible. It also proved extraordinarily useful to impostors, dreamers, opportunists, and wounded people who may have come to believe their own stories. The most famous claimant was Anna Anderson, who appeared in Europe after the Revolution and eventually convinced some supporters that she was Anastasia. Others rejected her claim firmly. The dispute lasted for years and drew in relatives, journalists, lawyers, memoirists, and the public imagination. Anderson's story had all the ingredients of a 20th century legend: trauma, aristocratic exile, uncertain identity, courtrooms, competing witnesses, and the ache of a murdered family whose bodies had not yet been fully recovered. But the evidence for survival was always thinner than the longing surrounding it. That is the pattern again and again. A claimant appears. Someone notices a resemblance. Someone else remembers a detail. A supporter insists that only the real Grand Duchess could know such a thing. A skeptic points out inconsistencies, language problems, missing memories, or motives. The debate grows because the absence of complete physical evidence leaves just enough space for belief. Survival legends feed on gaps. The Romanov case had many gaps. The Bolsheviks' early handling of information was contradictory and incomplete. The bodies were not produced. The burial site remained hidden. Russia became difficult for foreign investigators, relatives, and journalists to access. Civil war shattered records, displaced witnesses, and made truth another battlefield. In exile, monarchists and former imperial loyalists had reasons to hope and reasons to distrust Soviet statements. Under Soviet rule, the murder remained politically sensitive, and for much of the 20th century, open investigation was limited or impossible. So the missing children lived on in rumor, not literally, as later science would show, but narratively. They lived in newspaper stories, drawing room conversations, memoirs, stage plays, films, and the private fantasies of people who could not accept a room where no child survived. Anastasia became the center because she was young, vivid, and because a single missing daughter made a better story than a complex forensic absence. History often chooses its symbols not for accuracy, but for emotional shape. Anastasia had the right shape for myth, but myth can be tender and false at the same time. The work of recovering the truth took decades. Investigators, researchers, local witnesses, and later scientists slowly brought the buried facts closer to the surface. The remains of several members of the Romanov family and their attendants were found in a concealed grave near Yekaterinburg, though the discovery was not immediately made public in the full sense. Eventually, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the investigation became more open. Forensic analysis, including DNA testing, connected the remains to the Romanov family and to living maternal relatives. Science did what rumor could not. It narrowed the story. The identification of the remains showed that Nicholas, Alexandra, and 3 of their daughters were among those recovered from the main burial site, along with attendants. Later, additional remains were found separately and identified as belonging to Alexei and one of his sisters. The details of identification, church recognition, and the interpretation of specific remains have at times involved dispute, caution, and institutional hesitation. When treated in depth, Parts of that debate require careful verification. But the central conclusion is no longer the romantic uncertainty that sustained the legends. The Romanov children did not escape. Anastasia did not live out her life hidden under another name. Alexei was not smuggled away. The family died together in Yekaterinburg. That truth may sound simple now, but it arrived after a long struggle against desire. People do not easily surrender the stories that comfort them. The survival myths were not only frauds or mistakes, they were also forms of mourning. They allowed a scattered world of exiles, monarchists, relatives, and fascinated outsiders to keep speaking to the dead, as if one of them might still answer. False hope can be cruel. It can also reveal the scale of grief. The DNA evidence ended many claims, but it did not end the haunting. In some ways, it changed the haunting's character. Once the question of survival was largely settled, the Romanovs could no longer be imagined primarily as hidden fugitives. They had to be faced as victims of execution, as members of a failed ruling house, as symbols of imperial collapse, and as human beings whose bodies had finally returned from secrecy into historical record. Recovery turned legend back into remains, and remains are less glamorous than legend, but more honest. The process of identification also forced Russia to confront layers of memory that had been buried alongside the bodies. The Romanovs were not merely a family tragedy. They were a problem of national meaning. What does a country do with the last Tsar after a century of revolution, Soviet power, war, repression, victory, collapse, and reinvention? Is he remembered as a failed autocrat, a passion-bearer, a victim, a symbol of old Russia, a warning against absolutism, a martyr to revolutionary violence? The answer depends on who is remembering. And Russia has never remembered the Romanovs with one voice. For some, Nicholas remains the weak and disastrous ruler whose rigidity helped drive the empire into collapse. That judgment cannot be dismissed. His reign saw repression, political failure, war disaster, and a fatal inability to adapt. For others, especially in religious and monarchist memory, the family's suffering and death carry a sacred meaning separate from the failures of government. The Russian Orthodox Church eventually canonized the family as passion bearers, emphasizing the manner in which they met suffering rather than portraying Nicholas's rule as politically flawless. That distinction matters. To recognize the family's murder as a crime does not require pretending the monarchy was innocent. To criticize Nicholas's rule does not require indifference to the killing of his children. Serious history must resist the lazy comfort of choosing only one truth. The Romanovs were both perpetrators of a system and victim of a revolution's violence. They were powerful and then powerless. They belonged to a brutal hierarchy, and they died brutally. The story remains difficult because it does not allow moral simplicity to sit undisturbed. The survival myths, especially Anastasia's, often softened that difficulty. They turned political murder into fairy tale suspense. A princess might have escaped. Memory might be restored. Identity might be proven. A lost royal child might return from the fog of war. This version made the Romanovs more accessible to popular imagination, but it also risked obscuring the harsher truth. No secret rescue came. No daughter was spared. And the historical ending was not a riddle solved by romance. It was a mass execution followed by concealment. That is why the forensic recovery mattered so deeply. Bones do not flatter our preferences. They do not care whether the legend was beloved. They return the story to the body: age, sex, injury, kinship, burial, damage, location. They replace the floating image of the lost princess with the physical reality of a murdered young woman. They replace the fantasy of escape with the evidence of a grave. There is dignity in that replacement. Not beauty, perhaps, but dignity. For the families of the dead, for historians, for believers, for Russia itself, identification offered a form of answer. Not a complete answer to every moral or political question, but an answer to the most basic human one. Where are they? To know where the dead are is not a small thing. It allows mourning to attach itself to earth. It allows names to return to bodies. It allows the lie of disappearance to weaken. The Romanovs had been denied a proper burial in 1918. Decades later, some of that denial was undone, but even burial could not fully settle the story. The Romanovs occupy too many meanings at once. They are a family album and a political indictment. They are icons and warnings. They are the last page of imperial Russia and the first stain on a revolutionary regime that would go on to commit violence on a far larger scale. They are remembered through photographs that show white dresses, sailor suits, formal poses, shy smiles, and family closeness. Images that make it easy to forget the system surrounding them. They are also remembered through the basement, the forest, the hidden grave. Images that make it easy to forget at the suffering of those who lived under that system. Memory is selective by nature. Good history has to be less obedient. The ghost story of the Romanovs, then, is not really about whether Anastasia survived. We know, with strong evidence, that she did not. The deeper ghost story is about why so many people needed her to. Why did the world want one Romanov child alive? Why did the hidden grave feel like an unfinished sentence? Why did a murdered dynasty become more intimate in imagination after losing all political power? Perhaps because the Romanovs fell at the border between old and modern horrors. Their world was full of crowns, icons, palaces, and bloodlines. Their deaths belonged to the age of political extremity, secrecy, mass ideology, and bureaucratic violence. They were murdered not in a medieval tower, but in a modern house, under revolutionary authority, with bodies hidden like evidence in a criminal investigation. The contrast gives the story its strange power. It feels ancient and modern at the same time. A dynasty dies, a police file begins. A princess becomes a rumor. A grave becomes a forensic site. The 20th century was very good at turning people into records before it turned them into ghosts. The Romanovs became both. And even after the science, even after the identifications, even after the myths of survival lost their foundation, the haunting remained because the central unease was never only about missing bodies. It was about the disappearance of an entire world, and the violence required to make that disappearance irreversible. People returned again and again to the Romanovs because their story made an enormous historical transformation visible at family scale. Empires are difficult to mourn. Families are easier. That does not mean the family stands outside judgment. It means their fate gives human form to political collapse. The end of the Romanovs can be read in laws, strikes, battles, shortages, ideology, and civil war. But it can also be read in Nicholas carrying Alexei, in Alexandra guarding a secret illness, in daughters sewing jewels into clothing, because they still imagined some future need for them, in servants remaining when leaving might have saved them, and in a grave hidden long enough for the world to invent survivors. The ghosts of the Romanovs are not supernatural. They are made of unfinished recognition. The recognition that privilege does not prevent terror. The recognition that suffering does not erase responsibility. The recognition that secrecy can keep a story alive longer than truth delayed. The recognition that a murdered child can become a legend because the facts are too unbearable to hold directly. By the end of the 20th century, the main question had changed. It was no longer, did Anastasia escape? But, what do we do with the knowledge that she did not? That is a harder question, because it offers no romance. It asks for mourning without fantasy, judgment without cruelty, and memory without the comfort of a miraculous exception. The Romanovs did not survive Yekaterinburg, but the story survived because it was never only theirs. It belonged to the old empire that produced them, the revolution that destroyed them, the exiles who mourned them, the state that hid them, the claimants who borrowed their names, the scientists who identified them, and the generations who kept returning to the same locked room, asking how history could fit so much meaning into such a small space. The ghosts remain because the basement was meant to be final, and history, sometimes, refuses finality. It is easy to remember the Romanovs by their titles: Tsar, Empress, Grand Duchess, Tsarevich. Titles are useful to history because they sort people quickly. They tell us where someone stood in the hierarchy, what kind of power surrounded them, what institutions acted through them. But titles also flatten. They make a family look like a set of political objects arranged around a throne. They can turn daughters into ornaments, a sick boy into an heir, a mother into an influence, and a father into a failed office. Before the story ends, the titles have to be set down for a moment. Not forgotten. Set down. Because behind the crown was a household. It was not an ordinary household, of course. Nothing about the Romanovs' life was ordinary in the social or material sense. They lived among palaces, guards, servants, official portraits, court rituals, religious ceremonies, ministers, uniforms, and the old sacred language of monarchy. Even their privacy was structured by rank. Their family life existed inside privilege so immense that most of their subjects could not have imagined it without anger. But privilege does not make people unreal. The Romanovs were a family before they were a legend, and understanding that does not excuse the system they represented. It sharpens the tragedy. If they were only symbols, their fall would be easier to file away. Symbols can be removed, replaced, torn down, renamed. People are less tidy. They leave handwriting, habits, illnesses, jokes, favorite books, arguments, routines, and small acts of care that complicate the public story. Nicholas, away from the imperial desk, appears again and again as a devoted father. He enjoyed time with his children. He walked with them, read, wrote, played, worried, and took comfort in the enclosed warmth of family life. The same temperament that made him cautious, inward, and often politically inadequate made him tender in domestic surroundings. This is not a contradiction. It is one of the central facts of the man. He could be gentle and still govern harshly. He could love his children and still fail millions of his subjects. He could be personally courteous and still defend an autocracy that answered dissent with repression. The modern mind often wants moral identity to be clean. A bad ruler should be cruel at breakfast. A loving father should somehow become a humane statesman. But human beings do not arrange themselves so politely. Nicholas's tenderness did not save Russia. His political failure did not mean his tenderness was false. The two truths sit beside each other uneasily, and any honest telling of the Romanovs has to leave them there. Alexandra, too, becomes more legible when seen inside the family, rather than only through court gossip or revolutionary hatred. In public, she was stiff, suspicious, unpopular, and politically damaging. In private, she was intensely affectionate, religious, anxious, and consumed by the well-being of her husband and children. Her letters often reveal a woman whose emotional world was narrow but deep. Nicholas, the children, God, suffering, loyalty, endurance. That narrowness mattered. It gave her strength. It also helped ruin her judgment. Alexandra's love operated like a lamp held close to the face. It illuminated what was nearest and left the larger room darker. She saw Nicholas's burdens, Alexei's pain, the daughter's innocence, the hostility of society, the cruelty of rumor. She did not truly see Russia in its full political reality. Or when she did, she interpreted its anger through the language of sin, disloyalty, manipulation, and attack. Her family was real to her in a way the nation often was not. That is understandable in a mother. It is disastrous in an empress. The daughters lived in that inward world. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia were born into splendor, but their parents raised them with a kind of domestic simplicity by royal standards. They shared rooms, dressed plainly in private, performed household tasks, wrote letters, studied, prayed, and spent long stretches of time together. They were often referred to collectively by the family nickname formed from their initials, OTMA. Even the nickname suggests how closely they were grouped, almost like one organism with 4 different temperaments. Olga, the eldest, was serious, sensitive, thoughtful, and at times melancholic. She seems to have felt more deeply than she could always manage. Tatiana, elegant and disciplined, often appeared more controlled, practical, and capable, the daughter others relied on. Maria was warm, affectionate, and often described as open-hearted. Anastasia, the youngest, was lively, mischievous, quick, and later burdened by the strange fact that myth would choose her name more than any other. These portraits come to us through diaries, letters, memoirs, and recollections, all of which require caution. Families remember selectively. Survivors soften, admirers polish, enemies distort. But even with caution, the daughters emerge not as the floating white figures of later legend, but as young women shaped by an intensely close household, limited freedom, religious seriousness, wartime service, and the emotional gravity of their brother's illness. During the war, Olga and Tatiana trained as nurses with Alexandra, while Maria and Anastasia, being younger, visited wounded soldiers and helped in more limited ways. This work mattered to them. It brought the war into their lives not as strategy, but as bodies, pain, bandages, recovery, and death. It also exposed them, at least partly, to a Russia beyond ceremony. Yet even this contact was controlled. They saw suffering, but not the full political meaning of it. They offered care without being asked to understand the entire system that had helped produce the catastrophe. That is one of the quiet sadnesses of their lives. They were sheltered from reality, then punished by reality. Alexei stood at the center of the household in another way. He was adored, protected, feared over, and watched. His hemophilia made him fragile, but it also made him powerful inside the family's emotional life. Every crisis drew attention toward him. Every recovery felt like grace. Every danger intensified Alexandra's anxiety and Nicholas's protectiveness. The boy became both child and future, both son and succession, both patient and symbol. That was too much meaning for one body to carry. Alexei could be playful, stubborn, affectionate, and spirited. He was not simply the pale invalid of popular memory, but his illness meant that ordinary boyhood was never ordinary. A fall could frighten the adults around him. A game could become dangerous. Pain could reorganize the household without warning. The family's love for him was inseparable from fear, and fear has a way of shaping every room it enters. The servants, tutors, doctors, and attendants around the family also belonged to this private world. Some served out of employment, some out of loyalty, some out of habit, some out of genuine attachment. The imperial household was not a cozy middle-class home. It was supported by labor, hierarchy, and deference. But within that structure, real relationships formed. People who spent years close to the family saw them in illness, boredom, irritation, prayer, and grief. Some remained near them long after it was safe or advantageous to do so. The final attendants who died with them make that loyalty impossible to ignore. Dr. Botkin, Anna Demidova, Ivan Karatonov, and Alexei Trupp were not merely background figures in a royal tragedy. They were human beings who stayed close to danger and were consumed by it. Their presence in the basement reminds us that history's famous deaths often pull lesser-known lives into their orbit. The Romanov name dominates the memory, but the final room contained more than Romanovs. Inside the family, religion gave suffering a structure. They prayed together, marked holy days, read spiritual texts, and understood hardship through orthodox devotion. This faith can be viewed in many ways. To believers, it may appear as endurance and sanctity. To secular observers, it may appear as consolation, discipline, or even a form of withdrawal from political reality. For Alexandra especially, faith was both refuge and lens. It helped her bear pain. It also encouraged her to see compromise as weakness and opposition as moral darkness. Religion, like love, was not simple in this story. It sustained them. It also enclosed them. Their letters from captivity show attempts to preserve moral order when public order had vanished. They wrote about patience, forgiveness, prayer, family concerns, weather, health, and daily routines. What is striking is not that they sound like rulers planning restoration. Often, they do not. They sound like people trying to remain themselves while being steadily stripped of control. The language is intimate, sometimes resigned, sometimes tender, sometimes painfully ordinary. Ordinariness is important here. The Romanovs brushed hair, folded clothes, worried over meals, celebrated birthdays, caught illnesses, teased one another, became bored, became frightened, read books, took walks, and waited for news. They had habits of speech, private jokes, favorite roles within the family. Alexandra's moods affected the household. Nicholas's calm steadied it. Tatiana organized. Olga felt deeply. Maria warmed those around her. Anastasia disrupted solemnity. Alexei drew worry and affection toward himself like gravity. These details do not make them innocent of history. They make history heavier. If we forget the family, the execution becomes an abstract political act, the liquidation of a dynasty. If we remember only the family, the execution becomes a sentimental crime detached from the empire's suffering. Neither is enough. The Romanovs must be seen in double exposure. In one image, they are parents and children under guard. In the other, they are the human face of a ruling order that had resisted reform, repressed dissent, and failed catastrophically under war. Both images are true. The difficulty is keeping them aligned. The Romanovs themselves often failed to do that. They saw their own suffering clearly. They did not see, with equal clarity, the suffering attached to their rule. Nicholas could interpret his fall as a trial sent by God, without fully reckoning with the political consequences of his choices. Alexandra could experience public hatred as persecution, without understanding how her isolation and influence had deepened distrust. The children, raised inside the family's worldview, could hardly be expected to judge the full historical structure that had formed them. Yet history judged all of them together. That is one of monarchy's cruelties. It binds private lives to public systems from birth. A child born into a dynasty inherits not only wealth and ceremony, but resentment, obligation, symbolism, and danger. Alexei was political before he could speak. The daughters were dynastic before they could choose. Even their innocence was not enough to make them ordinary, because hereditary power had already made their existence meaningful to the state. The Romanovs benefited from that system while it protected them. They suffered from it when protection turned into exposure. In captivity, the family's closeness became almost the whole of their remaining world. This closeness has often been romanticized, but it also had a defensive quality. They had long preferred one another to society. They trusted family more than court, faith more than politics, routine more than change. Under guard, those instincts intensified. The world outside became hostile, unpredictable, and morally confusing. Inside the circle, they could still recognize themselves. There is dignity in that. There is also limitation. A family can be loving and still be sealed off from reality. A home can be tender and still be built on injustice. A ruler can kneel in prayer and still fail to hear the country outside the chapel doors. The Romanov tragedy lives in that uncomfortable territory where private virtue and public failure do not cancel each other. They coexist, and their coexistence is what makes the story worth telling carefully. The photographs are part of the problem. We see the family in soft light, the daughters in white dresses, Alexei in a sailor suit, Nicholas with his careful beard, Alexandra seated with solemn dignity. The images invite intimacy. They make us feel we have found a family album rather than the remains of an empire. Photography gives them faces, and faces are dangerous to simple judgment. Once we look at the children, the politics recede. Once we look only at the politics, the children vanish. A serious memory must keep looking back and forth, at the face, at the system, at the room, at the empire, at the father carrying his son, at the ruler who would not share power in time, at the daughters writing letters, at the soldiers dying without enough supplies, at the mother praying over a sick child, at the workers standing in bread lines, at the servants who stayed, at the millions who had never had the luxury of being protected by palace walls. Only then does the story come into focus. The Romanovs were not monsters hiding behind icons. They were not saints floating above politics. They were a family formed by autocracy, sheltered by privilege, wounded by illness, damaged by isolation, and finally destroyed by revolutionary violence. Their humanity should not be used to absolve the old regime. Their failures should not be used to make their murder feel inevitable or deserved. The family behind the crown matters because it restores scale. It reminds us that empires end not only in treaties, decrees, and battles, but in bedrooms, dining rooms, sick rooms, letters, and last embraces. It reminds us that political systems reach into the most private spaces, shaping who may marry, who must inherit, who must hide an illness, who must be protected, and who becomes dangerous simply by being born. It reminds us that history's victims and beneficiaries can sometimes be the same people at different moments of the same life. By the time the Romanovs reached the end, the crown itself had already vanished. What remained was a family, a flawed father, a devoted and difficult mother, 4 daughters who had lived too much of life indoors, a sick boy who carried a dynasty in his blood, a handful of attendants who refused or were unable to step away. The revolution killed them as symbols. Memory keeps finding them as people. The tension between those 2 acts is the reason their story still troubles us. We cannot return them to innocence. We cannot reduce them to guilt. We can only look steadily at the whole damaged picture and admit that the truth is more severe than either pity or condemnation alone. Behind the crown, there was a family. Behind the family, there was an empire. And when the empire fell, the family could not escape the weight of what had been built in their name. The Romanovs still haunt history because their end was more than a family tragedy. It was a closing door. Behind that door stood an older Europe of dynasties, sacred crowns, court rituals, imperial marriages, inherited authority, and the belief that a family name could organize the destiny of millions. The Romanovs were not the only rulers to fall in the age of war and revolution, but their fall became unusually vivid because it moved from unimaginable height to almost total erasure. Palace balconies gave way to guarded rooms. Coronation robes gave way to prison clothes. A dynasty that had celebrated 300 years on the throne disappeared into a basement in the space of a single night. That contrast is why the story remains so difficult to leave alone. It feels both enormous and intimate. Russia's collapse can be studied through grain supply, military defeat, revolutionary theory, labor unrest, peasant land hunger, state repression, and the failures of autocracy. All of that is necessary. Without it, the Romanovs become only victims in a dark fairy tale, and the suffering of Russia vanishes behind their photographs. But the reverse is also true. If we study only the system, we lose sight of the human beings caught inside its final chamber. Nicholas becomes merely the autocrat. Alexandra becomes merely the unpopular empress. The daughters become decorative names. Alexei becomes succession. The servants become footnotes. The basement becomes an event, rather than a room full of people who had been awakened in the night, and told almost nothing until the last possible moment. The power of the Romanov story lies in the fact that both scales are true at once. An empire ended. A family died. The old monarchy had failed long before the execution. It failed politically, morally, and imaginatively. It failed to reform itself when reform might still have preserved something. It failed to understand that sacred authority cannot survive indefinitely when people are hungry, censored, conscripted, and ignored. It failed to read the meaning of 1905. It failed under the pressure of war. It failed because Nicholas believed firmness could substitute for adaptation, and because Alexandra's love for her family deepened the palace's isolation at the worst possible time. But the murder of the Romanovs did not redeem the revolution. Violence against a failed ruler is still violence. Violence against his wife, children, and attendants is not made clean by historical anger. The Bolsheviks feared the family as a symbol, and that fear was not entirely irrational in the brutal logic of civil war. A living Romanov could have become useful to their enemies. A captured heir could have become a banner. A rescued family could have complicated the new regime's struggle for survival. Yet fear can explain a crime without justifying it. The Romanovs were killed because a revolution that had learned to think in categories stopped seeing individual lives clearly enough. The old regime had done this too. It had treated workers, peasants, soldiers, dissidents, and minorities as problems to be managed, punished, or sacrificed. In Yekaterinburg, the new order showed that it could inherit the same terrible habit in a different language. That is one of the darker lessons of the story. History does not become humane simply because power changes hands. The end of the Romanovs marked the violent end of one world, but it did not usher in peace. Russia moved deeper into civil war, terror, famine, ideological struggle, and state violence on a scale that would dwarf even this infamous night. The basement in the Ipatiev house was not the last act of brutality in the new century. It was an early sign of the century's method. Define an enemy, reduce them to a category, conceal the cost, and call the result necessity. The Romanovs were, in that sense, both old and modern victims. They belonged to the ancient world of hereditary monarchy, but they died in the modern world of political emergency, secret execution, forensic evidence, propaganda, and contested memory. Their story begins with icons and imperial ceremony. It ends with hidden graves, DNA tests, state archives, disputed testimonies, and the long struggle to separate evidence from longing. That strange bridge between eras is why they remain so magnetic. They are close enough to the old world to feel almost mythic, and close enough to the modern world to feel documented. We can see their faces in photographs. We can read their letters. We can follow train routes, guard reports, political debates, military advances, forensic results. They are not medieval ghosts. They are modern people caught in the collapse of an ancient idea. And yet the legend keeps returning. Not because the facts are unknown in their broad outline. We know the central truth. Nicholas, Alexandra, their children, and their attendants were killed in Yekaterinburg in July 1918. We know the survival myths do not hold against the evidence. We know the Romanov dynasty did not secretly continue through Anastasia, nor through Alexei, nor through some hidden branch rescued from the basement at the final moment. The legend survives because facts answer only part of what people are asking. People return to the Romanovs to ask how privilege can become helplessness, how a mother's love can help distort a state, how a gentle father can be a disastrous ruler, how a sick child can alter the politics of an empire, how a country can endure so much suffering that mercy begins to look like weakness, how a family can be both responsible for history and crushed by it. These questions do not fade easily. They are not solved by finding the grave. The Romanovs also haunt us because they expose the danger of sealed worlds. The imperial family lived too long inside emotional, religious, and social enclosures that made outside reality feel hostile or unreal. The court was full of warnings, but warnings were often heard as betrayal. The people were suffering, but suffering was interpreted through old assumptions about loyalty, patience, and divine order. The monarchy's walls were not only physical, they were mental. By the time the Romanovs understood that the country had turned against them, the turning had already become a storm. But the revolution, too, built walls of its own, ideological walls, class walls, walls made of suspicion and emergency. Inside those walls, the Romanovs became less than people and more than prisoners. They became a risk to be removed. The same failure of imagination appeared in a different form, the inability to see the enemy without simplifying them into something killable. This is why the story should not be told as nostalgia for monarchy, nor should it be told as a triumphant revolutionary cleansing. Both versions are too small. The Romanovs' fall is a warning about power that refuses reform and about revolution that loses mercy. It is a warning about private love that cannot substitute for public responsibility. It is a warning about secrecy, because hidden illness, hidden influence, hidden decisions, and hidden bodies all helped turn suffering into myth. It is a warning about symbols, because once people are treated as symbols, almost anything can be done to them in the name of history. And still, at the center, there is a family, not innocent of privilege, not guilty in equal measure, not simple. Nicholas, who wanted to preserve the sacred throne and lost even ordinary fatherhood to politics. Alexandra, who tried to protect her son and helped isolate the monarchy from a country in pain. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia, young women whose lives were shaped by a system they did not choose and ended by a revolution that would not spare them. Alexei, the fragile heir whose hidden illness became one of the secret pressures beneath the dynasty's final years. And the attendants, who remained close enough to loyalty that loyalty became fatal. To remember them honestly is not to place a crown on their heads. It is to see them without letting either pity or judgment do all the work. The Romanovs disappeared into silence, but not into forgetting. The silence became rumor. Rumor became legend. Legend became investigation. Investigation became evidence. Evidence returned the dead to history, but it could not return them to life, and it could not restore the world that had vanished with them. Perhaps that is the final reason they remain with us. Their story sits at the edge of an old belief, that history has direction, that empires know what they are doing, that revolutions can purify what came before, that suffering has a clear moral shape if we stand far enough away from it. The Romanovs disturb that belief. Their lives show a ruling family unable to understand the forces gathering beneath them. Their deaths show a revolution willing to answer fear with murder. Their afterlife shows how truth, when buried, does not disappear. It changes form and waits. The Ipatiev house itself would not survive as a physical witness forever. The place was later destroyed, as if removing the building might reduce the weight of what had happened there. But history is rarely so obedient. A house can be demolished. A basement can be filled. A grave can be hidden. A dynasty can be erased from power. Memory finds other rooms. The Romanovs no longer rule Russia. They no longer threaten a government, command an army, or hold the loyalty of an empire. What remains is more fragile and more persistent. A set of faces, a series of choices, a locked room, a buried crime, and the uneasy knowledge that the end of one world did not save the next from darkness. In the end, the house of special purpose was meant to make the Romanovs vanish. It failed. It ended their lives, but it fixed their story permanently at the crossing point between empire and revolution, between guilt and innocence, between history and legend. The family that once seemed protected by distance, ceremony, and divine right became, in death, painfully close. Close enough to judge, close enough to pity, close enough to warn. And that is where the story leaves us. Not with a restored crown, not with a rescued princess, not with a mystery neatly solved into comfort, but with a dynasty disappearing into the silence of a basement, while outside, Russia stepped into a century that would learn many new ways to turn human beings into symbols and symbols into ghosts.